Everybody, today I just got the most amazing thing. It's called sleep. Have you guys heard of this? Oh my god! I wasn't sure how much longer I could keep this up again. It's like, man, only 8 hours a day? I can do more. But I didn't have the strength inside of me. But tonight, it's gonna happen. I'm gonna gun it. I'm going to do another 3-session night. And then I'm gonna get more sleep. And it's gonna be awesome! Ooh. What a view to have left off on. Also, my desktop audio is still doing this. Let me make sure I turn that off before I ruin aforementioned 12 hours. So have you decided on any way to update the Breath of the Wild BRB screen, or are you just gonna keep it? I think it's kind of cute. I don't think it's, as some might say, made obsolete by Tears of the Kingdom. I don't know. I don't think topographical maps are, like, really the kind of format that you make, like, a funny riff on. It just kind of is what it is. I don't know. I guess if I was 12, I would make it a map of Ohio, and that would be funny. But I'm not, so it's not. Like, that's the best that I've got. I do kind of live in, like, the Canadian Ohio. I live in, like, the Canadian Texas. I live in, like, the Canadian America? Yeah. Yeah. But, man, crazy things happened yesterday. And I feel like I keep doing this to myself, and maybe I should stop. I keep setting goals. No more goals. Goals are stressful. I'll open up the map real quick. Oh yeah, this is what I was going to do. Check this shit out. Whoa! I got this before, but I didn't, like, act. What is this giant straight line from here to here? Did I really do this? Or is it, like, factoring in, like, warping somehow? No, I mean, I did this in the sky. When did this happen, man? Did I just, like, fall asleep at the wheel? Oh, man. That's nuts. But, the last several nights of things that I wanted to do, I did. No. Pause. Turn it off. Turn it off. Get out of this mode. I revealed all of this. I did another labyrinth. I finished the Great Plateau thing. This is like where I last left off. I called the guy that I found here Evil Hylia before, but if it were to be more accurate, it's actually Centrist Hylia. And I did a Colosseum. But now, like, all of that's over. Everything that I could have possibly wanted to do in the past version of me that I wanted to achieve is done. So I think now, like, literally the only thing left that's worth tackling are these last 2 towers. So, very broadly, that's what I say that I want to do. And then nothing more specific than that. Lest I start panicking when I don't achieve these things. But first, Zelda. I agree. I think updating it to Tears of the Kingdom will be worse. Yeah. I mean, I guess I could, like, you know, this screen's got, like, new tooltips. And the tooltips still refer to stream bits from, like, 2019. Like, getting lost in the woods for 3 hours on the way to Dairy Queen. Which, funnily enough, I did just have Dairy Queen. That's, like, one of the reasons that I'm starting, like, a little bit late. Like, at 9 instead of 8. But, it was worth it. I'll tell you what wasn't worth it, however. Remember when I said earlier that when I went to Hateno and I unlocked cheese, I'm like, oh my god. The first thing I want to do when I'm done streaming is eat so much fucking cheese. And I kind of wish I did, because I didn't. What I did was worse. What I did was sleep. But when I woke up, I kept that promise to myself. And I think I've ate, like, the most that I've ever had, like, in my life. Like, if I had to visualize it, like, maybe, like, 2 fistfuls worth. Like literally double what I've ever, like, had before in, like, a single sitting. And I felt like, I felt like throwing up all day, like, immediately after. It was so bad. But now I have, then I had some DQ, like, right before I streamed. So that's probably better, you know, to make a bad situation worse. I mean, after I had, like, another nap after the cheese incident. And now I feel like completely better. Whoa, is that like a beehive sword? Does it shoot bees out of it? I guess bees really... You can't make allies with a bee, you know? You swing that shit and you're causing just as much trouble for yourself as you are the other guy. Maybe even worse, considering you're the one holding it and the other guy can just run away. But I don't know. If I were Link and I were out of health and on the menu screen, I literally, like, cheese was about to become the new thing in Hateno, and I bought so fucking much of it that now that's never going to happen because it's all mine. I'm like the only person who knows it exists. Right? Like, if I ate 8 giant cartoon wheels of cheese in Tears of the Kingdom, then I think I can do it in real life as a human, you know? I don't see the difference. I see no difference. Love is love. What is this valley that I'm sailing over at the moment? I can use my hero's path to intuit if I've done this or not. Okel's navel? Okel grandpa? Oh, you are so a Korok. Wait, is there a cave? This is the thing about this area leading up to Hateno. Is there's really not any geography like it, despite the grasslands that you see everywhere. It is a cave. This particular area feels a lot like Xenoblade Chronicles X in that a lot of the land masses that you see are kind of like layered. There's like stuff stacked on top of each other, which is, you know, that's the entirety of Tears of the Kingdom, but now it's like different. Wow, so parrying that really doesn't do shit. I was so excited when I found that tutorial shrine that taught me you can parry electricity. And now the one guy that like regularly is known to shoot electricity can't even be parried in a good way. Yeah, it's alright. I'll replace my other 8-fold blade with it. Man, I gotta find a better way to, like, mine spiked balls as, like, a resource. What the hell? Underground ruins? Hey, now you're speaking my language! I don't care much about these natural caves, but when we're talking, like, archaeological mysteries that I'm stumbling across, this is something. The question is, I don't know where I need to bring this to. I didn't see like a shrine thing in Okel's navel. The tricky thing is, I don't know if I need to bring it deeper into the cave, or if I need to bring it somewhere to the surface. So I'm gonna comb very carefully over this set of walls to see if there's like any holes that I'm missing. And if there's not, then I guess I do want to just bring it with me. I don't know, maybe I'm gonna pick this up and a big boulder's gonna roll after me. Oh, wait a second. Oh. Oh. Oh! I gotcha. What the hell is this? This is a Wario World challenge room. Okay, yeah, I see what the planks of wood are for now. Jeez. I thought the only way to activate these beams is if you went to the terminal and then the gem. But I really like that you can do it backwards. That's super useful. Hold on. These lines had to be parallel. Look at this, now. Well, actually, I thought I could, like, run parallel to it. That is not true. Oh! I mean, hold on, if I turn it this way and then kind of, like, strafe. Yeah, this'll work. This'll work. I'm a little worried how eagerly it, like, rotates out of the way. I'm not sure how good of a shield this is, but maybe I'm just lucky. I think the plan worked beautifully. Some might even say flawlessly. Okay. Hello? I guess it's like around this corner. You pick this up and you turn the corner. Does anybody else know about the Endless Balls room? What is the natural phenomena that is causing this to happen? I think if I came... Yes! Yes! I can't believe I ever became disillusioned with this currency. I was a fool. Look at this. Look at this number. 10 of these, man. I am so about to buy 2 of those things from Kilton. But, like, they've got to be coming from somewhere, and it literally is endless. And where are they going? Is there a place in the depths where it's just all, oops, all balls? And also, where is this place? There's, like, some kind of pedestal here. What is that? Oh, it's the boulders. I thought there was like some sort of huge beast like lurking around. I'm like, oh my god. Am I gonna have to go fight that to get to the shrine? I don't know. This way, I think. Oh! Wait. Oh, I was gonna like glue it and then it would become another thing that I could like exert my will upon. Which apparently is still doable. Wait, no it's not! The glue just like breaks off! Here, if I do it backwards, it'll work. Yes! And then I can just kind of like position this on the shrine and it'll do the trick. Now I'll get 2 stones. Oh, it moved to the ball. Yay! Well, good thing I was drawn in by Okel's navel. I didn't know it was gonna be a shrine. I just was here for the Korok. Oh, but wait, I forgot I was looking for Zelda. Oops. Well, let's hope I haven't lost track of that yet. Oh! And a freebie. Cool. What happened if you breathed in these letters? Like, you know, you go outside in the winter and you stick your tongue out on a snowflake. What happens if there's like a green letter and you just like, you know, kind of lean over a little bit? Like, I want tastes, textures. Does it keep moving while it's in there? Do different letters have different flavors? I need this on my desk by within the next 12 hours, by the time I finish. Where the hell has this taken me? I have no idea where I'm going to be spat up on the surface. It looks like it was maybe a spring? I might be looking at the wrong spot. Wow, we are so far down. How did this happen? Aw, there is a spring. And there's treasure. I think fish should count as physics props. There was one weapon I found in, I don't know, some coastal area, where those skewers that like were attached to the fish like didn't come off and it was like on the end as like a weapon. So how come they can make them but I can't? Unless they're fuse exclusive but you can't pick them up, which I can't think of many other things like that. Most of the time, if you can do one thing with them, you can do all of the things with them. Oh! This is where I am! Oh, perfect! So if I can, once again, catch up to Zelda, then I'm in a great spot to just go right to the fairy fountain. Although, she seems to have gained a little bit of distance. There might be something, dare I say, closer? So I do have a blue stamp on the map, meaning, wait a second, you can put a blue pin on Zelda, my ass! This is where she used to be, now she's all the way over here and the pin did not move. Oh, she is like literally overhead this tower, so this is just a really easy problem to solve. Well, hello there. Alright, show me some cool dragons. Wow, like literally right there. This is like one Tulin away. Let's go! Like, this is my only guess for how I would have been able to travel in a straight line for that long. Is like something like this. Oh man, I forgot about the dragon spikes. I might be on here for a while. No, because the dragon makes like turns. It's like wiggly and it's wavy. Zelda Thunder? Where are you going, Zelda? Oh, okay, well it's already over. For like a split second, everything turned into lightning weather. Okay, I literally need to turn Tulin off. If I'm not careful, he's gonna blow so hard that Zelda's skin is just gonna come flying off, and I'm not gonna be able to harvest it. Unless we're near like the Thunderhead Isles, but we're not. Is Feroce nearby? We're over the Bridge of Hylia. Oh, hold up. You know what it might be? You know what it might be? Look at this, look at this. What about the Lanayru Sky Archipelago, right? No, this is Sakala. Sakala is like so normal. I don't know why this happened. This is the archipelago. Or I'm sorry, Zonite Forge Island. It has a real name now. This, to my memory, is the furthest I've like intentionally traveled in the air. And even this is like pretty wiggly. I have no idea what this is. All the way from the labyrinth to this in the sky? How bizarre. The trail runs cold yet again. I'm completely out of ideas as to why this might be. You can walk on the other dragons too? Really? Or at least Dinral? Wow. I remember that's like the one thing that everybody tried when they first saw the dragons is trying that. And don't they like make you just ragdoll and just make you like tumble off of them like immediately? That's great that you can do that with all of them. I love that. Oh boy. All right, I think it's time for scales. Yes. Okay, that's gonna be enough for the new champion stuff. I want to flush myself for fun. Please understand. I do not need to do this. I have done what is needed to be done down there. I just want to see how accurately I can flush myself. Now that I know it's safe, now that I know that it's not scary, why wouldn't I do this? Was that when you got the Master Sword? When was when I got the Master Sword? I got mine by doing the geoglyphs. I just looked at them throughout the world. I sought them out, and then I got the memories, and then I went here, and the rest is all seen in part 12 of the Tears of the Kingdom streams. I'm sorry, so where do I actually need to go? Fairy Fountain, right. Oh, this is going to be really exciting to upgrade the Champion's Tunic. The real question is, will it be as good as 12? Because 12 is what I have. Oh, was the straight line when you got the Master Sword? Surely not. If the straightest line I can remember going is actually super wiggly, like it's mathematically perfect, I don't understand. Oh, you know what? Wait, no, this makes sense. This makes sense. Hold up. Because when you do this, you go up to the dragon, and there's that scene, and then she does... Where does this line terminate? She does, like, drop you off right here. So I think this happened, like, invisibly, like, in the game engine. Yeah, so I flew up to here as best I could, and this is when I landed on Zelda, and this was a warp. I understand, okay. Neat, huh? So, Fairy Fountain is right there. Yeah, that just actually is the correct answer. Femi cracked the case. See, stuff like this is what I'm talking about. Like cliffs over ground. Despite my having said my favorite cliff is facing Eventide Isle, it's not like over anything. It is pretty like just a really tall wall. That's gotta be somewhere up there on the cliffs list. The cliff notes. Yeah, food to you too. Let's enhance. So have I just like never upgraded this once, or? No, this is its first star. So this is only to 8. I would need a second upgrade to make it competitive with the armor. And here I thought I was done collecting dragon parts. You know it's gonna want more. Alright, Light Dragon's Talon and Sundelions. Okay, well, as long as it's only just repeatedly Zelda, that's not nearly as bad as needing like one of each of the 3. Because that's what Breath of the Wild wanted, and it is significantly harder to achieve. And also I got these. I'm still so confused as to who this belongs to, which Link. Anything else worth upgrading in the meantime? I guess the stuff that I've already performed these upgrades on, the thing about them is maybe I do have the materials that I need, but I need to find more fairy fountains. I need to do a third one of these to push much further. You know, outside of this, which I do want. And also I need 4 more Winterwing butterflies to make this worth a damn. 2 more sisters who have lost hope? My god. Is that what happened last time when they just wanted money? Because they were out of hope? I see. Alright, well, that's a goal down. Let's see. I do want to get rid of this pin as well. This is really close to this tower. Thanks to the hero's path, I can now confirm that I have indeed gone to every other island over Korok Forest except that specific one. And I have no idea why that is. And you know what? These ruins have some pretty interesting mysteries to them. There's like 8 side quests that dumped in my lap. It's like, oh yeah, have you seen this specific statue? Which, if I had nothing else to do, is kind of intriguing. But I'll tell you why it's actually not, because hold on. Let me actually look at those aforementioned quests right now. Because these are considered... Look at these, look at all these. These are side adventures. It's a little better than side quests, but I'll tell you what they're not. Shrine quests. So fuck that. I'm going to get some towers. That's gonna be shrines. Look at this. Just completely unexplored. Outside of this line of blue dots, there is nothing to my name in terms of exploring this area. And wait a second. There was something I read somewhere in the depths about, like a Yiga Blade Master training ground. That's the sexiest thing I've heard of in my life. Oh, I've got to find where that is. Let's see. I guess this Skyview Tower wouldn't be a bad place to head off from. And it allegedly is, like, somewhere up the road that I already went through. I just didn't peek behind enough waterfalls, I guess. But the tower comes first. Once I knock that out, I'll have such a better idea. Oh, there's the spike balls I crave. I'll make some bomb shields while I'm at it. You know, nobody has to notice. I will be out of here as quick as I came. Don't you worry. I would rather them throw rocks at me than the bomb barrel. I'm okay with this. And then, I was wondering earlier if some other combinations with the shield would do damage. Spike Ball shield is definitely going to be, like, offensive now, right? Wow, it actually did work. Neat. Alright, I gotta get out of here. This is your guys' house. I'm sorry. But, you know, that's just, like, a handy thing to have generally. Alright, so... there we are. There's the wastes. Oh, look at this! The Wasteland Tower is actually super close to this ravine that I believe I've been through. For some reason, I thought it was, like, all the way over here on the left side. But that's not my Breath of the Wild misremembering talking. There was nothing over here tower-wise either before. I know I saw kind of like a Gleeok out of the corner of my eye. Oh my god. I went here and I didn't do the thing that I came there to do. Oops! Post the tower. Post the tower. Ugh. Is Tulin just gone? I need Tulin back. We are no longer on Zelda. Ugh. You know what? I'll say it. These guys are fun enemies. Like, for how extremely fragile they are, like they die in one hit, they still like seem so big and so threatening. It's a really interesting like contrast of these two things to have like in one guy. Let's see, I'll pick some stamina back up here. Let's see. Yeah, where did the old tower used to be? I think it's on that little pancake-looking thing. That circular ground in a slightly bigger circular hole. That's my guess. And then, yeah, there's gonna be new Sky Islands over here too. And the labyrinth. So are there really only 3 of these? I was convinced for like all of last night that there were 4. And then I like thought about it a little bit more. I'm like, no, I think there's only 3. Because I can't think of where the 4th one would be outside of this location. So I guess I'm just wrong. But you know what? That is also some easy shrines. It's a little back-to-back with the labyrinth that I already did, though. That might be for another time. I think it was up here. There was like a big puddle of mud is what I'd be looking for. Is there some sort of like mud lore? Well, say no more between mud and mud too. Man, I really forgot how vast this place is. All these walkways that you can go on, this brings back some memories. Like, even just this one chunk of the wastes, not even counting that other half over there with the labyrinth and everything, you can, like, really just get lost and spend a whole bunch of hours here. Oh, it is mud! Oh my god. What happened? Oh, I'm getting heated up. Can I do anything about this? I still don't know if I can. I don't have, like, really any heat repellent armor to speak of, except for this. But this is like Flame Guard, which is a different thing from hot weather. Do I have any food to do anything about it? That's how I got through this once before, and it's how I'll get through it again. No. Alright, sorry, Link. You're just gonna have to cook. Link! You have to cook! Like, I can't tell if this is, like, a hole or not, but it's some kind of landmark. All this heat haze, it's not easy to make out. But there are flames. I do remember there being, like a Goron challenge, where you have to, like, withstand the temperature for a certain time limit. Is that what's going on? Actually, that looks more like a talus now that I'm finally getting up close. An offering? Would you care for a flame apple? Oh, Link. Link, I'm so sorry I have to do this to you. Oh. Okay. Maybe there's something that the Talus drops that I can put in that thing. There you are. Yes! Alright, what's the hardest hitting thing that I have? Oh, this is gonna be over in an instant. Are you kidding me? Yeah, I bet I have to, like, offer its heart to the frog. Which is kind of metal as fuck. We'll see if that does the trick. Rubies. Let me check up the item description for amber. Does amber have, like a certain property? I think it's just like a pointy rock. If you want a pointy rock, you use amber. I don't know if this is going to fit. I don't know if it's gonna fit on the froggy's plate. The rock equivalent of me eating cheese? No, I don't know about this one. Wow. Well, whatever the solution is, I feel like mine is better. Maybe you want a diamond? I can give you diamonds. I've got nothing. I still have this other Talus hammer. Wait a second, I know how I can stop from dying. If I wear this on my body, now I'm all cooled off. Okay. I guess I'd prefer to have this. Oh my god. This is a hell of a pair of things to attach to my person. Yeah, this is how we do it. Okay, and then there's a Gleeok over there. Let's go to the tower. It's like right next door. This is a very funny way to like reposition things. In this whole game, there's not a shrine or a tower that's like in the same place where the Sheikah stuff like used to be. But this is like so close that there's like barely even a difference to speak of. Oh my god, Link is like getting sunburnt. We gotta get this boy indoors now. Wait, what is this? Can I like glue stuff to that to make it heavier? Let's start with like 2 boxes. Because they're kind of beat up. Wow, that doesn't move anything at all. More boxes? I'm not even sure if this is supposed to be a Korok puzzle. I'm just curious about how to interface with this. Oh! Oh, hello. Hi, Sawson. Are you the one that got the elevator working? I came to fix the terminal in Skyview Tower here, but got stuck below. Oh, okay, so I guess if I went inside, it wouldn't really have been worth anything. Anyway, I'll get to repairing the tower right away. Well, that's handy. It had something to do with the tower all along. The drive assembly mechanism is stuck. Probably from all the hot hours of the day here. But if I swap out those parts or heat-resistant ones... Yes, it worked! Thanks to you, I could fix the Skyview Tower. Please, take this for your trouble. 5 minutes of heat resistance. Yeah, it sure can. I'll save that until, like, after this ice weapon breaks. This is a really smart way to, like, respond to the heat. Oh my god. The second last of these we'll ever see! No! I wonder where the Gerudo Highlands Tower is, though. Like, I don't see it at all from here. There was, and I mean, this was the coolest tower, one a little bit north of that Koga boss fight zone in the old Yiga hideout. And that was another one of those things that just was just like a really, really deep hole and you couldn't even see the bottom of the tower. And Cass was there. So all these things, I think, make it a very good place to be. But nowhere to be seen. Maybe they made it into like another depths hole, you know? Because there's the same way down from that hideout. So they could have just had a similar approach. Wow, there's really this little above the desert itself? That's very surprising to me, especially if there's no, like, sky dungeon for Riju to go to. Kind of means that you get to do, like, kind of whatever you want with the space. Yeah, I think right over here is where it used to be. So they definitely moved it now. Yeah. There's, like, this little brighter patch of, like, what used to be a road, like, spiraling up and around and closer to it. There's gotta be something new there now. Maybe I could find a Molduga. That could be cool. Maybe. Ho ho. I can start marking some shrines now that I have the full picture of the map. Oh, but guys! Remember when Riju said, like, oh yeah, the Gibdo problem is almost solved. Thanks, Link. Oh no. It is a depths hole. And I'm gonna go into the depths hole, and there's gonna be Gloom Gibdos. Oh, there's the tower. Well, that's not a bad spot at all. Also very close to the original location. While you're here, this is the region I was talking about with the outfit. Oh yeah, the Zonai thing. Yeah, these have all been landing for me so far. If you can, like, I'm pretty familiar with the landmarks around here. If it's like, you know, these statues, if it's the ice depot, if it's like in town, if it's, you know, out over here. If we can, like, name a general location, I'm absolutely down for that. Because I guess if being naked doesn't really help on its own, maybe I will change into this for its own sake. No, it's not a Zonai outfit, but it is slutty. I don't know, it's gonna be hard to beat. Let's see, maybe I was gonna plunge down here right now because it's a really high up place to do it, and I like going into these holes in really high up places, but I still haven't been to that original Yiga hideout, and this tower is probably gonna make doing both of those things, like, back to back much, much easier. And boop, another shrine. Oh man, there's really some holes up here, huh? At least my little heat-resistant dilemma will go away in just a little bit longer. Oh, I'm out of stamina. Tulin, we gotta go. I'm so sorry, my friend. Well, that was short-lived. I have to change into this now. Oops. I might just barely be able to make it. Wow, so when I said that I had 2 towers left, I thought this was gonna be like an all-night affair. Sure, literally back-to-back. Why not? Ooh. Sunset on the snow. I like it. Let's get this Rito stuff back on. Oh, pfft. Yeah, the spike ball probably isn't the most conducive to this, is it? If I recall correctly, it's a Breath of the Wild one. Oh, is it just the Gerudo Vo and Vi ones, the original ones? I guess it'd be handy to have. But compared to everything else that I've since found, I'm not that enthusiastic about it. Zelda again? Let's see, so I need to start getting her claws next? I mean, if she'll let me, I'll do it. But I don't know if she will. I think the entrance to this is like underground. There's no door on this. Maybe I have to drop in from above. Hello? Do you know why there's no door? Poor forgot to build one. Hudson Construction Activity Report from Bilson. Who'd have thought a Skyview Tower could get snowed in like that? We're just lucky that the cave we stored in our construction materials in was safe. I'm flying back to make a proper report. Uh-oh. She's literally approaching. I do not have very much time to find my way into this. Oh dear. I mean, is it like in the side of one of these cliff faces, or do I need to kind of go back the way I came? I'll tell you what though, I could— oh! Well, that looks like a place that is indoors. Let's try this. Midella's Mantle Cave. Yeah, it's just the Vo one. I don't think the Vi one is in this. I see. Oh god. That's still the only thing that I have to protect myself for the time being. Yeah, this doesn't need to be here anymore. Ho ho. And then I bet it's like just downstream of here, right? Another book. Bilson's records. I'm going to keep a record of my time working on the Skyview Tower in the Gerudo Highlands. Day 1. We've arrived at the site and started construction, so Pora didn't even make these. She commissioned them. Unfortunately, this flint is just floating above nothing. A heavy snowstorm blew in as soon as we started. We had to stop and take shelter in a nearby cave. Good news, the cave is warm and safe. We decided to use it as our base camp for the rest of the project. Day 3. The cave is bigger than any of us could have imagined. We explored inside by following the water downstream. When we were deep in the cave, we heard some hammering. I don't know how a sound from outside can make it that far down. We will investigate tomorrow. Day 6. Here are some highlights from the cave investigation report. The cave continues all the way under the Skyview Tower. The tower's weight may be a problem. We should build reinforcement in the cave so it doesn't sink. Day 10. The tower is done. It was a breeze with Pura's clever design and the skillful prep work by Hudson Construction. All that legwork kept on-site assembly simple and efficient. Since we may end up using the site again, we decided to leave some materials in the cave. First thing I'll do when I get off this mountain is have a bowl of soup. I mean, yeah, there's parts for building a raft here. Do I really need to? It looks super close by. I was thinking maybe I could swim. Hold up. Somehow taking like the tiniest possible part with me makes this worth doing. It's like an oversized surfboard now. And I can shoot things while I'm on it. Wait, what is this? Oh! Uh-oh. I guess that's the problem with it being this small. Wait, a waterfall?! Aren't these first-person bows? I don't know about this. I can't pick them up? Oh dear. Hold on! What, it's gonna swim away? A likely story. Where did those dead lizards go? What a shame. Well, this looks like underneath the tower. Oh. How do their bodies not float? You'd think they would, but they just like, as soon as they fall in the water, they're just like immediately gone. Let's see. Oh, well, I guess I have to ascend, huh? Come on, a little more. There we go, all right. I mean, I think I have to be a little more that way to actually be inside. But maybe this is good enough? Oh, no. I think not, Link. I gotta get that plank back. Oh, is that out of reach? Oh, perfect. You will go horizontally here. Yeah, yet another reason why I probably should have brought a bigger boat. satisfaction will be implied. Oh my god. I'm not in the mood for log rolling on a chest right now. I don't know about this. Maybe I could, like, send it a little further upstream and then I'd have time to get on it. It's a pretty fast current, though. No, this works. What the? No? No good? Why not? Why not no good? I guess it's like specifically these posts give you the height to get into the ceiling, but if it's at the water level, it's no good. Oh, this just got very complicated then. Okay. So you need to be elevated? Maybe I could put it on one of these. Let's see if this works. Really? Why not, Dave? Hold on. I have an even smarter idea. Before, that chest was like my worst nightmare, but I think it might be the only thing that makes this possible now. Because weighing it down originally was like the last thing I would ever want to do. But now it's the only thing that will save me. So, how about I do this lengthwise, and then put the heavy part of this contraption onto the support, and then it's kind of like a little diving board. Oh! I think I'm standing on where I need to put this. Like, this one is a little bit flatter. Yeah, this is too slippery. This is a good spot. So now, it'll be, oh no. I think the chest makes it like too difficult to place. It just doesn't want to be anywhere. I mean, there's nothing else like directly underneath. I could go get this big guy. This doesn't feel nearly as rewarding as, like, reusing my original boat. Like, they're just handing this one to me. I don't need participation trophies from my Zelda. Look at this, and I still can't go up. So I guess I still need to find a way to combine these somehow. Oh, I'm a dummy. I just do this. Yeah, I don't know why that one's so picky about the distance from the ceiling. I could swear that I've traversed much bigger gaps than that. Oh. Oh, there's just a normal entrance. There's just a normal entrance. Wait, where was this supposed to connect to? There was door? Another door? Huh? Oh, okay, so no, this definitely does lead to nothing. I guess this is just a little spot to ascend from, out of the snowed-in thing. Okay. So I definitely, like, did need to do that. I was worried that maybe I was so obsessed with that first tower that I found that did need you to come up from underneath, that I was recreating that puzzle where I didn't need to. But I did, so we're good. This is the last time Link will ever be held. Literally by anyone, living or inanimate. Ooh. What a view, though. Specifically over a place this high. I can already see shrines. 2 of them. 3 of them! In addition to that fourth one I already marked. I'm gonna run out of pins at this rate. And there's that, like, famous electric marking still on the wall. Over on the other side that faces the central provinces. I wonder what they've gone and done with that one. Yeah, baby! Yes! Ooh! And this is some pretty interesting sky stuff. So that looks like another sphere to me. Alright, I'm gonna mark as many of these as, like, quickly as I can. Bam, you. Bam, you. And I saw one more. That's the one I already did. Oh, in the shadow over here. Yes. Oh my god. I guess I'll just do these in the closest order. I really hope they decide to let you up on this wall this time around. I'm fine with many of the invisible walls in Breath of the Wild. This one kind of fucking sucked. Right? Because it's like, it's still isolated from everything else. Because that should be the invisible wall. But they made it, like, come all the way over here for it feels like very stupid reasons. Like, it's just a wall that you can walk up to, and you can try to climb it, and it's like, sorry, you can't climb that. I remember being really annoyed by it. Maybe it's because you're also not supposed to walk on any of this stuff? I don't know. Ooh, a shooting star. You've got one chance, Nintendo, to literally make the overworld bigger than it was before. Don't disappoint me. I mean, I can see some rocks, some rubble of stuff that's fallen. That seems pretty promising. Or at least on this second shelf. But that's further from the ground than this top shelf is. It's not easy to predict what their choice is going to be here. Also, I've decided that I want to do this further one first because it'll be easy to start on, like, this higher up zone and then go down from there rather than the inverse. So, come on, Tulin. Come on, Luigi. Hey, so speaking of, yeah. Speaking of the Vo armor, I don't think I ever got a location as to where I should start looking for that. Now that I officially have the entire map marked out, that may be a good time to begin discussing that. Because all I have is shrines, which don't mind me, you know, I'm in shrine heaven, no complaints here. But, you know, if there's like a... If I'm gonna happen to be passing by in my existing journeys, I don't mind making any detours. Wow. Old skulls and new skulls. Is that middle one between the other, like, pairs of eyes? Is that like a nose or a mouth? It's like a... like the fifth side of a six-sided die. Ow! These assholes. And the chest wasn't even real. What is this, $7? Do I want more specifics? This is a good question. I literally haven't done anything there aside from the straight line associated with the main story. I can hit up all the classic landmarks, and then, like, if I'm in that right spot, I guess that's not such a bad thing. Wow, this one's also free. All the shrines that I've done have been like this tonight. Not a single one has had an actual puzzle inside. Ooh, topaz, thank you. Wow, I am much closer than I thought I would be to having 5 hearts in the second row of mine. Much, much sooner than I thought. Probably by the end of this little string I'll be, like, right near 6. Thank you for your blessings, Raru. We bow our heads in prayer, amen. It's got to be. It's got to be climbable. I refuse to accept anything else. Are there any falling objects I can make use of? No, I gotta get up here the old-fashioned way. Alright. Like, it was stupid then, when this is like a perfectly normal, climbable surface. It'll be even worse if you like try to fly over it and it'll still say sorry, like you can't land here. What's gonna happen? My flying machine is just gonna drop straight down as if it hit a literal wall. Okay, so far so good. Come on, Nintendo. I mean, there are like additional platforms. These are literally meant to be here for the purpose of climbing walls. If they put one of these here and then you still can't climb it, there's gonna be hell to pay. I really want that butterfly. You assholes! Why? It's so stupid. It's so stupid. They really didn't have any better ideas? What? I'm still kind of climbing it though. No, I may have reached my limit here. I could try and build a flying machine, but I think I can predict what would happen. Man, that's disappointing. I think they really could have done something about it. I've seen the YouTube videos where people glitch themselves past the wall. It's a normal place to be. I feel like they could have at least added a strong headwind if you try to go past a certain point instead. Yeah, like, I don't know, like a blizzard or something. That's what they do out in the desert, where it is just, like, flat land. It does, like, keep going, but it ends. As far as this blue dot can go is as far as Link can go, even though there's, like, more out there. And it's what they do, like, in the sea. And it's what they do if you do try to climb these cliffs. It's just like a wind that's like too strong to stay going past the wall, even if you did have the height you needed in Breath of the Wild. See, here's the weird thing too, is the cliffs, I get it because they're actually on the edge of the map. Like, the blue dot can go here. You can place pins here. That's what makes me very upset about it. I don't know. I guess the idea is because if you were allowed to go on this, then the cliff that continues past this just like isn't on the map anymore. Is that what they were thinking? That it doesn't like fit within like the bounding box, the square of the map? I don't know. There are many parts where I approach this game's design from like, well, why did they make this decision like when they were working on it? You know, what is logical to them from the perspective of these systems that they're working in? This is one of those, you know, try explaining that to the player moments where it's like, I get it, but it's like the least satisfying answer. Yeah, more diegetic, exactly. I feel like one of the best versions of this is in Subnautica, where if you go too far, it just, ow! Spawns giant leviathans that hunt you. Didn't you guys want me to play that game? This is not encouraging. It's like, oh, but Griffin, there's scary things in this game. You don't think that'll make you braver for other games? No, the fuck it doesn't. It makes me wish Zelda never did this in the first place. I mean, I don't know, is it on this tree? Do I need to like cut it down and then it's like on the stump? I feel so looked at right now, so observed. I bet I needed to be on top of that tree and I just was like barely not close enough to it. This seems like the right spot, I don't know. The correct intersection of all these points. Well, hold on, Link, maybe we can, we can put this back. Just you know, everything's fine. Don't worry, right? Yeah. Wait, for real? You can just do this? Oh, it is here. Okay, well those arrows were not pointing up, for what it's worth. Yeah, smile? I don't think you know who you're talking to. I couldn't finish Subnautica because too much open ocean fear. I don't think I've engaged with too much, like, open ocean media to know if I would be, like, afraid of that or not. The first thing that comes to mind in terms of, I don't know, would I have a fear of this? Is like Abzu. And that's like the least scary game in the world. If you want to be like conditioned to love the ocean, you play that game. Puzzle shrine. A root for a ball. Okay. I like root for a ball. Is this like, you know, an eye for an eye, a root for a ball? Oh man, this is starting to look pretty vast with every additional corner that I turn. No, Link, you don't need to whistle for the ball. Okay, well we have the ball, now where's the root? Wait, what? Oh. Yeah. I feel like very few games actually have that specific experience, but I also experienced it in Outer Wilds to a much lesser extent in some areas. Hey, whatever happened to that game? I could swear that they announced that there was going to be a Switch port for that, and then, like, I don't know what happened. Is that still coming, or did it get, like, delayed or canceled? I remember people seeming pretty surprised that it was, like, coming at all. Oh, I like this. I like what they're asking me to do here. Because this is, like, a very interesting function of Recall, is its ability to cancel momentum and make things drop straight down. I haven't seen puzzles really demand that of you all that often. Like, it's just kind of a quirk of the behavior. It's like, no, let's think about this a little more deliberately. I like that. Oh, wait a second. This isn't just a route for a ball. This is a route for the balls. Because look, it's only wide enough to support the big brother, so the little guy has to hold on. Aww. Wait, aww. Whoa! Whoa! Swinging it every which way. Oh, and look at this. If it was just the big ball on its own, it would have fallen down, but the little guy stopped it from falling in. Cool. Oh, weird. Look at the shape of this repository. It's like two tiers, two sizes of ball, but they're like in the same hole. I feel like there's an example of this like in computing, like a what's the word? An ambidextrous port, where like it's one thing that can support two plugs. I guess it's like when you see an electrical socket that is grounded, but then you can plug ungrounded things into it. Right? Oh wait, this one just doesn't fit. Huh? What was the big guy for? Not necessary? Oh, well, scratch that. I guess this larger bowl is just to help this thing roll inside. So actually, it's an extremely normal repository. Well, my thing was cooler. I thought you needed both. If I recall correctly, it was the publisher that pushed the Switch port promise, but it's understandably infeasible development-wise. So there's no news on it, but it's not likely. It's infeasible because of how much simulation happens in that game. There's no easy way to port it. Yeah, when that was like first announced, I do recall that being like the crowd's reaction to that one. You know, people have great things to say about Outer Wilds. There's nothing, as far as I know, wrong with that game. But I don't know. When it wasn't like, oh yay, it's on the Switch. It was like, really? On the Switch? You know what I mean? So I guess that adds up. I think the term you're looking for is interface, which supports different implementations up to the same spec. Ah, and I can get rid of pins now. Guys, I kind of just want to go to the Yiga hideout like straight away. I want to go to Sexy Boy World. Man, I've only seen like one Yiga Blade Master the entire game. Why am I not getting slammed against a wall by like 8 of them at the same time?
Oh, it's just not fair, Dave.
What's wrong, boys?
I haven't been Rod in weeks.
I'm sorry. What is this down here? Oh, Gerudo fighting Bokoblin. I can help. Yeah, I was surprised. It would play great on Switch, but I understand why they wouldn't do it from a dev standpoint. I mean, this is another thing that we were talking about, where if there like were dev kits going around for a higher spec Switch, and then those like stopped being circulated, maybe the port was started under the assumption that that actually would have released, but then when the Switch OLED happened and like they abandoned those plans. What the? I guess it was trying to shoot through my ally's head here. Sorry about that. I'm trying to help. They just gotta find like another way to, you know, not make that promise that they've made the most like disappointing thing in the world. Oh, are you a traveler? You don't look like any traveling merchant I've ever seen before. The name's Kalisa. I'm a legendary treasure hunter of the Gerudo. Nice to meet you. Have you heard about the strange phenomena going on all over the regions of Hyrule? Islands floating up in the sky and caves opening up everywhere? It's a dream come true for a treasure hunter. As a legendary treasure hunter, I'm more than happy to share some tips with you. The key to making new discoveries is being able to get somewhere high up. Oh, you're a tutorial in disguise! Mm-hmm. Sevwork. I thought you were gonna have like a 5-heart healing item. Not advice! It's one of my favorite games of all time. Yeah, Femi, you're not the only one who's like said that to me. Outer Wilds, I feel the way people speak of it, it's like, oh, this is like probably a game that I need to play, right? Like it's that important to its fiercest advocates. Like, okay, if there's still boulders, then that means that this place is not abandoned. People are pushing these to make this happen. This seems promising. I'm ready. Hello? To my knowledge, the port development never started. It was all publisher talk, and based on the timeline, the actual devs were likely working at the DLC at the time. Huh. That is concerning. What's going on here? Wait a second. I know better than this. What's the matter? There's one thing I want, no matter what. What do you want? Blade Master balls! I'm sorry, you can't have it. Yeah, it's probably like actually a terrible idea to come here after doing like the one thing that should piss off Yiga like the absolute most is killing their clan leader. Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, I apologize. No hard feelings, right? You know, oh, you know, I'm sure you'll find another one. You know, maybe if they can find out a way to bring the Pori design from Age of Calamity, maybe you could go see what Suga is up to from Age of Calamity. I'm sure he wouldn't mind, you know. I bet you could, like, revive him. You know, Ganon seems to already be having a perfectly fine time reviving himself. I don't think he really ever needed your guys' help, but maybe you could use your powers for Suga instead. Wait a second, huh? It's locked. Yeah, I think this is just like a normal guy trying to get in. Hey, I heard that I could learn this really cool move here. I think it's called the Earthquake technique. Get lost. Only Yiga clan members may enter this place. And I want to join you. I heard you guys could teach me some cool moves that'd have everyone swooning over me. It's true, I swoon over them. To join us is to become part of a collective shrouded in secrecy, our lives sworn to Master Koga. Who you were before matters not. Only your strength, your loyalty, and your skill for espionage. Find our 3 branches and collect the clan attire. Earn your place among us, and the door will open to you. Maybe then we'll teach you our moves. Now go away. Go away? I don't get a hint about where the branches are, or even a peek at what the Yiga clan wears? Come on, you've got to be kidding. My mom said, I know my sweet little Mimos will pass the Yiga test first try. That's why I came all the way out here. But not only did I not pass, I didn't even get past the front gate. But if I do join the Yiga clan, then I'll be able to learn some cool moves. If I could bust him out, I bet everybody'd be like, wow, Mimos, you're so handsome and cool, Yeah. What, you want to join the Yiga clan too? I've got some bad news. They won't let you in unless you get your own Yiga outfit from these 3 branch places. Boy, what a dangerous, life-threatening ordeal that must be. You should probably just give up now, I'd say. I better try to scare him off. Keep the competition slim. Not that I'd have any idea where to start. I guess there was a rumor the Yiga clan took over that what's-its-name lab way up in northeast Akala. Maybe that's something? But I already did that. That's the one that I do know about. What about the other 2? Oh dear. Well, maybe the side adventure tells me about this? Oh god, I've already been to the TAC lab. However I got that outfit, if the person there, like, had advice for, like, where else to look, I have long since forgotten how to do it. Oh, jeez. I mean, I don't know, maybe... Have to know... Yeah, if there's, like, anything that, like, has Akala... The all-clucking cuckoo. No, I don't see anything here. Hold up. If I look on, like, the right side of this gray line underneath the blue title on the right column, there are, like, locations for, like, where these were done. Okay, this is all stable stuff. Hatsuno Tech Lab? No, nothing to do with the Akala Tech Lab. It's just not here. Not even, like, in past tense. Damn. Well, that's what I need to figure out the locations of. But in the meantime, I guess I'm back to the shrines. What a shame. What a shame. So the rest of these are actually, like, not on the highlands at all. This is just, like, you know, downhill from... Wow, so I went all the way to Wash's Bluff, even to the Illumini Plateau, and I never went to Lake Illumini?
How can people be so cruel?
I guess that makes sense. This might have been the last memory that I saw, and then I got sidetracked by the dragon stuff. Wow, so many foxes and apples. I sure hope there's no trees that are gonna be mean to me here, that are gonna scare away my best friends. Oh, well, I guess I did that myself. I'm sorry. You guys don't want to hang out and play? Oh. Maybe that's for the better. When there are more of them on screen, there were more frames. There were more foxes than there were frames. In the industry, we call this the fox rate. Yes! And I already, like, had high double digits of these. This is really, really good news. And none of you are even alive! Well, in the way where you would get up and hurt me, that is. Link is too short to reach the taller one, so I will leave them be. Yeah, look at this. This is like double the amount of apples I would ordinarily get. How was I ever hurting for these in the first place? Oh my god. Every time I try to climb one of these, the foliage from the other one is like perfectly spaced to get in the way of the camera. But I think if it like look from like a down near the ground perspective, I can kind of work my way around with that problem. Yeah, dude, this is what Breath of the Wild was all about. All apples, no Evermeans, a couple of foxes, a terrible frame rate. This was their vision. I mean, it's normal now. Maybe it was just like still loading stuff in when I first— Oh! When I first got here. Okay, no, the vibe is ruined. You're going straight to hell. Do I even have anything sharp that I can swing with? I don't want to use either of these. I'll burn it. Uh-oh. Oh! Tool and kill it! Oh no. No! This was supposed to be a peaceful place, man! No. What have they done, dude? I can't enjoy myself in a single location anymore. And now all of these trees have to die. And now there's Octoroks? You've got to be kidding. I'll get this golden apple, though. Yeah, I was a little surprised that I wasn't seeing any of them, because I could swear that I have been to this forest before. And the first time, I remember it being, like, filled with mean trees. But I guess 2 isn't so bad. This guy is, though. Come on. I've got all day, man. What the? Huh? Oh. Yeah, those foxes had the right idea getting the hell out of here. But I hate walking through forests. It's so boring. If only I was doing combat at all times. Listen, I don't care who it was. I don't care if it was Eiji Aonuma himself who came up with the idea for the trees. Whoever is responsible for putting those in the game, like, should undergo the most terrible fate imaginable. I have nothing but ill will towards this person. Whatever, man. I'll go to the top of the hill. Maybe I'll use this. Did I keep the Gerudo bow that I got, or was my bow inventory full? Oh, it is first person. Yeah, I'm no good with this thing. Wait, is that a cave? What the? Asatori Mountain Cave? Oh my goodness. Maybe it'll lead me to a bubble frog smile. Wait, come back. It's still running around in here? Oh, this is cool. Oh, I love being like led around. Oh, and it's like a maze. It's kind of like a Lost Woods situation going on. Or at least it was. At this point, I have no idea where I'm going. This is Bat's hole. This is too good of a weapon to use. Let's get rid of this ruby rod. Interesting. I like the idea of this place. I like it so much that I bet I don't even need to bring Tulin with me anymore. Man. Oh, how I would love to have 12 of these. Let's see, if there's question marks coming from the right of where I came in, then I bet I gotta go to the left again. And I bet if there's question marks to the left, then I bet I gotta go to the right again. Maybe the idea of these, the bright bloom seeds, is that I can like leave like a trail of breadcrumbs for myself. Up or down. Oh, I guess actually only down. You're not getting away from me this time. No water for you to land in. Okay, where's this guy gonna go? Let's follow. This is a really cool idea. I really, really like this. You just follow where they go. Whoa, what are you guys running from? Right, because Satori Mountain is already kind of a very special place. And so I like that the tone they're taking with this cave, like, isn't really, like, scary. It's like, oh, these little, like, forest spirits live here, and they're, like, guiding you. It's cool. Though the fact that they're running towards me and not into caves is, like, a little bit concerning. Once again, I have to do a little bit of guesswork to figure out where to go next. Oh god, this is gonna spit me back out into the room that I just was in. Okay, we got some more guesses over here. Ooh, a hearty truffle. Okay. I mean, there's like stuff to find. This is no Wind Waker Ganon's tower situation where if you do go the wrong way, then terrible things happen to you. Oh, maybe this way, I guess. Sometimes you can find something nice. Oh, no, I think I did come from here. Like, if the worst that can happen is Keith's, then that's alright. Right, and then these are the two that connect directly to each other. Hold up. I think I've done all these other ones. These two also directly connect? Do one of these, like, offshoots go up at some point? Maybe I should take the fact that these ones were, like, running towards me as, like, a hint. Maybe I do want to take one of these alternate routes from this point. I did see, like, some sort of light, like, down and to my left. Is this anything? No. I must have mistaken one of these glowfish for a little spirit. Yeah, okay. This is a normal place. Oh, actually there are no forks here, so I definitely do have to go here. Well, I have one more guess for what this place could be. This is the end of the cave? Because if you look on the map, it's this piece of ground is like directly beneath where I don't know, the god of the forests or whatever his name is. I think I'm supposed to just do this. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to assume that however I explored that, I did that correctly, and that I am not missing anything else in there. If that is not true, I need to know. Man, I gotta go find Kilton. Maybe I gotta come in here, dressed cool, and then the spirit will see me. Because that's the thing. As far as the Breath of the Wild behavior of like, oh, sometimes there's like a really bright light on top of the mountain, and then you go there when you see it. There has not been a single night where that has actually happened, and I have a horrible sinking feeling that all these cherry blossom trees that I've come across, I have completed no sequences of those, and there's so many all over Hyrule that I have to do like all of those and then come back here, which is like, I don't know, it's a bit busy. It's a little much for a guy like me. The instant I tried one of those and then I had to do like, wait a second, hello? Wait, it's Pen! That's Pen! Where Cass literally used to be? What's going on? The 13th quest, the final story in his career, is to find where Cass went. Oh my god, this is such like a melancholy, like somber scene. Oh, Pen? Pen? I thought there'd be at least some clue, but there's nothing. Pen, I thought I'd never see you again. What a pleasant surprise. Oh, hey, partner. I didn't think I'd be running into you here. Did you hear how well the articles investigating the rumors of Princess Zelda did? Apparently, folks really enjoyed them. To think we were able to reveal the truth behind those stories. We make a great team. Right, well, maybe it's not my place to say, but I think we made a great team too. Our first time working together as well. That's the right way to look at it anyways, but I'll also say, on any given story, whoever did the earliest talking with sources probably gets the most credit for wrapping it up. So, which one of us was the most helpful one here? Well, I think that was all thanks to you, Pen. You think so too, partner? My zeal for the truth behind a story is what got us to the answers. That's for sure. Ah, who are we kidding? We both know that you are the one who did most of the heavy lifting, partner. Without you, I wouldn't have ever gotten all the facts for our stories. Hard to look at myself in the mirror realizing that. It'll be good for me to relax in this place. A famous bard perfected his craft here, studying the songs of this land. Besides, our editor, Tracy, she told me to take some time off. I'll stay right here and look out across the land, just like that bard. I'll get in touch with my reporting instincts. Then you bet I'll get my talons on a huge scoop that'll knock you flat on your tail feathers, partner. You just wait. Pen, where's Cass?
Oh.
Stop saying a famous bard! Say where's Cass? I'll stay right here, just like him, and look out across the... Stop! One half of a great team, just wait and see. This is such a dick move. This is such a dick move to tease this and not, like, initiate, like, a final quest. Aw! The chirpers, the warblers, hanging out in the little house. Damn. Yet again, the trail goes cold, I suppose. That's... Man. I'm heartbroken. I'm heartbroken over this, I really am. Man, what a coincidence, though, because I have come to that place before in search of Cass. And then it just happened to stumble upon it a second time and Pen was actually there. Pen is better than Cass? Name one way that he's better than Cass. Are you joking? That's a troll. Come on, that's a troll. Cass is ugly. What? Bro, you do not have 5 kids without looking like that guy does. He's literally, canonically, he has fucked more than any Rito in the history of the entire Zelda series. Oh, what is this thing? It looks like maybe if there's a plank I can stick... Oh no, there aren't though. I have no room for sticking things through that hole. Okay, I can do without. I don't need it. I'm better than that. Yeah. Maybe I can make a little mini shelf for it somehow. That's very cheeky, that they give you a hint of like something you can do, and then they don't give you the thing to use it for. Uh-oh. Here, how about this? I guess I'm squeezing it a little too tight. Oh, because it's trying to snap up to the top part. Well, how about I do this? Maybe that's good? That should work. Come on. Yes! Pen is a cutie. You never even get to see his face. He just wears goggles, man. Yeah, well, where is he now? And why is it not with his family? There's answers to this. I just don't have them. I've got to do some journalistic inquiries of my own. Somewhere out there knows where he is. He's famous after all. Oh, you know what? First person bow actually is not bad for hunting. For combat, nah. But for things like this, maybe not so bad. No, actually it sucks. Now I gotta go pick these back up. He actually does show his face in one of his idle animations? Huh. He has beautiful eyes. Maybe. I've not yet been convinced that Pen is a Meow Meow. To me, he's not even huge, man. He's got a larger chest than most, but he's not like as large as Cass. His arms are like so normal. Doesn't do anything for me. Like, if I drew him buff, I think I'd be a liar, but if I drew Cass buff, then I'm just telling the truth. Can we just agree that Muktarok is the worst boss? I liked fighting him in low gravity. It didn't do as much for me without that element of it. I think having multiple weapons that can approach... That can do something about the sludge, because you have like the opal weapons and the water rods and stuff like that. That's kind of cool. And maybe this is sacrilege to say. I don't know like what other people's opinions on the bosses are. I kind of had like the hardest time with the Sand Temple boss. That Gibdo Queen character. That was a tough time. But I think maybe I just like didn't have the right mindset for it. Cause like as soon as I finished it, Tyler was like, "Oh wow, that was so cool." I like how if you have the mirror shield on you, then like you can use it in the battle, and like I never got to see that angle. Oh my god, I hope there's no rematch with that thing underneath the desert depths. Like maybe if I was better at it, I would have enjoyed my time with it, but that's like my least favorite, I'll say. I like the setting of what they're doing there. But that's about it. Also, how do I get in here? Is there like a usable ceiling down? Oh, there is! Would you look at that? Okay, I know what to do. I know what to do. Uh-oh, wait a second. Oh, okay, so the first part of this puzzle wasn't even necessary. Breath of the Wild brained. I was worried I lost all of my useful tools. For what it's worth, I think the Water Temple is like my least favorite dungeon. Like, it just feels like normal Sky Islands. Like, with these other places you go to, specifically with the Rito one and the Gerudo one, and a little bit the Goron one, but not as much as the others, it's like, wow, you really get a sense of, like, what these people's connection to this land is, you know? Like, the best part of this game still is, like, talking to Hearth and reading up on this, like, oral history that the Rito have with the Ark. And then you get there and it's like, wow, it's real, but it's fucked up. I mean, I've sung my praises for that specific part of the game so many times at this point, but, the Lineru Temple feels like it follows that lineage, like, the least. It's like, oh, yeah, it's the source of the sludge, but, like, what is this place? Like, nobody has anything to say about, like, why it's up there. Like, I think they almost had a good thing going with, like, the skyfish that you go to, and then you shoot the scale through the tier. I think that dungeon had, like, a good build-up, but once you get there, it's like, a little sloppy. The Queen Gibdo has boobs. Why are you saying this to me? Is this the one aspect that makes it a good boss? The only bad guy with boobs that I care about in this world, in this Hyrule, is the Yiga Blade Master. Also, I never went to Zelda. I saw her near the tower when I was first coming into this desert, and then I just completely forgot about her. Whoops! Ow. Shake Jack Joe, no. She's an insect, man! If you're trying to put your taste out on display, it's like, oh, you know, Cass is ugly and I don't like Pan, and, you know, fuck these guys for taking yet another Winter Wing Butterfly away from me for the Frostbite upgrades. You cannot be like, oh, why do you like Cass? He's ugly and Pen is hot, and then also be like, yeah, the insect, the fucking Gibdo Queen would. These two things back to back do not inspire trust. Do I have a tread shield right now? I do not. I could use one of my bomb shields. I have a spring shield. I just don't have anything that's not fused. Wait, that's a lie. Let me make one of those. These are cool. Oh, come on, man. Thanks, Tulin. All right. Now this is how to get around. Now we're talking. Cass looks like a badly designed furry. I don't know how you can say that in the same game where Rauru exists. Which is, you know, not to say that he counts or anything, but I've heard people say that about Rauru, like, significantly more than I ever did about the Rito. Oh, well, there goes that. That's a little tricky, though, because the homing card just takes the whole shield. When you use a bomb fusion, you get to keep the shield part of it after and make, like, more fusions. But, man, that's really a one-time use. No, I like Rauru. I just like Cass more, and I would throw him under the bus at an instant's notice. Well-timed cuts. Okay. Well, that wasn't timed at all. I'm going to guess that these are about to start swinging like crazy, though. Oh my god. Uh-huh. Okay. Oh, I probably need that block back. I can take you with me now? Not gonna lie, I am not a Cass enjoyer. What is going on here? What is this community that I have fostered? Everything that I've built. It was all for nothing? We're not universally Cass fuckers around here? What have I done? Where is the hot to know cheese? You get it by going to, oops, the farm. There's like a quest or two that you do there, where there's like a message in a bottle in a pond. I think maybe I can point it out on the map if you really want to know. Yeah, I think it was Lake Sumac, I want to say. Yeah, hot to know pasture. So it's just a little bit down the ways from the tech lab. A little bit down here. There's the farm. Do things for people around here, and then you'll get cheese. Sidon supremacy. Bro, don't make me choose between them, man. I literally have emotes for both of them. My whole identity is that I'm not choosing between them. I mean, Sidon has more dicks, but I think Cass is maybe quality over quantity. No, but Sidon's royalty. He's a king now. But he's got a stupid wife. I don't know. You might have thought he was a prince in the last game, but I've been calling him a king since 2017. You Nobo clears. Oh, I gotcha. Ugh, please don't bounce into the void. Yona is hotter than Sidon. Man, there's gotta be someone out there somewhere, and I guess I'm talking to them right now. I mean, although I'm getting the impression that you're saying bad opinions on purpose. But like somebody who found Sidon like really boring, and then they see Yona and they're like, oh, finally a hot Zora. Bro, they've always all been hot. What are you talking about, man? Oh, yes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, that actually worked. I thought that maybe I would have to, like, also do some recall shit with it, but I don't even need it. I'm so good at swinging it. Ganon is hotter than Link, is hotter than Sidon, / Rauru is hotter than Cass. Why are we making our Meow Meows fight? This isn't right. This isn't what this channel's all about. Not even any mention of Teba? Or Hearth? I guess Rauru is also royalty. Yeah, this is some good shrineage. Let's get this one down here. Sidon's ranking went down because he has a wife. Link and Ganon swap depending on the current vibe. Oh, wait a second, the Yiga waterfall? I think I see it right there. Oh, and if I go there, I bet that's one of the locations to get another piece of the armor set. This is about to be everything. Let's get this cold thing back on. Thank God for Ice Breath Lazal Spear. I think this is like the only waterfall in here to mention. For some reason I was under the impression that there were like dozens of these, but I guess it's just the one. Teba is below the non-birds as a bird, but above Cass. Master Koga is hotter than everyone. Doesn't do anything for me relative to the Blade Masters who are like 8 feet tall. But, you know, I've got friends who like that guy. I don't judge. Tafe Hill Cave. I hope this is the right spot. Hello? Are there any huge dudes working out in here? Hello? Any unmarried men in here? Oh, you are so a Talus. I think Hearth is below Cass, but he's like emo. Hi.
Fight me, die!
Oh! Alright, let's get the Smasher back out. This is so crazy against Taluses. Oh yeah, you want me to get back on again, is what you're saying? Okay, I will, since you asked so nicely. Yeah, this has been a good night for these guys. The Talus fortresses, still on occasion, give me some trouble, but... Ooh. I like the light kind of illuminating the fog near that entrance, it's cool. But this has been nothing but smooth sailing with Taluses tonight. 43, not bad. Alright, let us go deeper. I farmed this Talus a bunch because it drops rare stones? Huh. I mean... Actually, yeah. It looks like this is the same rarity of Talus as... this one was? Yeah, rare Talus. Cool. And now I can use it to break this. Oh, Bubble Frog. Okay, cool. Oh, this might be the dead end, though. Whoa. Cool mid-twist pose. Guys, I'm not seeing any Yiga here. Well, I think the clue said behind the waterfall, not above the waterfall. So maybe what I've just found is like 2 separate locations that are right next to each other. After everything that I saw with how many caves are in the jungle, where are we here? Like, you know, they can have their cake and eat it too. They've done it before. Right, so for you just now, it dropped like 1 diamond, 2 rubies, 2 sapphires, and some amber, etc. Yeah, not bad. I don't know, I haven't really been selling stuff for the last little while. I think I've still got like about 1,000 something rupees. Yeah, 1,354. I used to do that a lot, but that was before I like unlocked any of the fairy fountains. And then when I found them, like, oh, maybe I should have like held on to some of these materials, you know? I mean, oh my god! Tulin. I was gonna say hi to that tumbleweed. All the way across the river. But, I guess as far as my gemstones go, you know, I could probably sell some stuff and still have plenty left over for upgrades. Maybe. There is a behind. Oh, this is cool. This is just like a general path. Hello? I have nothing to say to those not of the Yiga. What? I also need the outfit to get in here? Oh, man. Well, I guess I'll put a heart here. Guys, I have got to fucking find that set now! I don't understand. You go to the Akala Tech Lab and then what? Like, I got the first set of the armor, but whatever those people said there, it's just out of my mind entirely. I mean, maybe the association is that, like, all 3 pieces of the set all have something to do with Sheikah locations? Because I remember in Kakariko, There was that one location, like here, where when you do all the Kakariko quests in Breath of the Wild, there's like this Yiga conspiracy that you uncover. But I guess I found a Korok seed. Yeah, I've like already been here. I think I would have found it if there was something to do. I don't know. The place you got the armor has a map on the wall? Does it really? Should I do this first? I'll get the Yiga armor and then maybe I'll go there. I don't know what set bonus that's going to wind up having. So, yeah, a little bit downhill. Plus, Robbie also told me to come here for the... What's the name of the ability? Oh yeah, look, you can see like the road like weaving in and out of the cliff. What was it? The travel medallion. There's other reasons to be here, I guess. The amount of times I've accidentally almost walked right back into one of those things. It's crazy. Ooh. Is that the same owl from Super Mario 3D World? When you play in the spooky levels? This place doesn't even have guardians anymore. There's got to be a good reason to be here. I just know it. Wait a second. Did I not do this one? I didn't. Oh my god. Well, I can't let that happen. Oh, this is like a permafused part? Oh, weird. Oh, this is like super sloped terrain though. I don't know how I can... What is this? How many of these things have had these, like... these slots behind them? I've, like, never used these. Hold up. Just, like, put it in and then you glue it? Yes. Oh, well, maybe that'll work? No, there's nothing else supporting it, though. Maybe if I have another board on the opposite side, then they'll work together. And it'll be beautiful. Oh my god, look at this mess. Why is it actually, like, going to work, though? Yes! 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 Ma. I'm just like covering this guy's head with my massive rock. I basically only sell gemstones. Everything else sells for like nothing. But what if a fairy wants it? Whenever I need some money, I have the locations of rare taluses marked on my map in case I need them. That's pretty smart. Unrelated, but while I was showering, I was just thinking about how whiny and annoying Walter White is. He's like Jimmy in how he just makes the worst choice all of the time, but without any of Jimmy's redeeming qualities. He's just like me! Huh? What do you mean, again? I was already here, though! I already fought you guys off! Hi. Man, I don't want to kill him right away. I still haven't used the fairies. That's crazy. I think they're like more necessary in this game than they were before, because so much of the default armor is like super weak. Even with this many hearts, I still feel like I get thrown around quite a bit. And the upgraded armor has been like the only thing to do about it. No, there is a map. Look at this. So one of the locations is on the Great Plateau and I just still haven't found it? No, this is... I already did this one. This is the Shrine of Resurrection. There's the Yiga hideout, and then there's something right next to Hyrule Forest, which I definitely haven't done. I'll take a picture. I can see where one of these potentially might be. I think this is just like where the original hideout used to be. I'm not sure. Huh. There is a chest. Was this really always here, Robbie? Travel medallion prototype, baby. But it's unusable in its current state. So I guess I gotta take that back to the tech lab at some point. Interesting. So, disqualifying this and this. That armor's gotta be out there somewhere. What is that picture of Link with the fangs? What, over here? Somehow I don't think this is the first time I've seen this. I might have already read this diary. The Yiga Clan Journal. Taking over the Sheikah Lab. Maybe this has clues. Uh-huh. I feel like I might have read this, though. Terrifying banana traps. This is good. I beat the game a few days ago. I really don't think it's necessary. Yeah, well, not everybody is good at the game, Femi. Not everybody can be goated. And this is what it means when Rauru kisses you on the mouth. Which I also have not been goated. You've been goated! Repost this to totally goat your friends! And the warp point still just is not active. Interesting. Well, I'll tell you what I can do about this. I have not been around this hillside. If there's Yiga stuff going on here, I will explore. Stop I keep pressing X to toggle that back off, but it's like this, and you press X again, it's like that. So yeah, it has to be like X and then B to toggle it. Okay. I'm going to that flying island, and then from up there, I'll easily be able to scope out whatever naughty goings-on there might be. Hello, you naughty Link. Go kiss a man, handsome. I gotta take this cookie off of me, man. Talk about a carrot and stick, you know. Link's just like always hungry. He just like wears this spear so that it's like dangling over his head. He's like, oh, but I want to eat it. This is what fuels Link to go on all of his adventures. Just don't get hit. Smile. Oh, right. Never mind, Zelda. I forget this is Femi from the Hollow Knight streams. Jeez, that's been a while. That takes me back. That was like what, 4 years ago? What the hell is going on here? Where is this island? There's the sky one over there. Is it past it or before it? It's past it. Unfortunately, it'd be really nice if the shrine warp was up there, so you'd have like a really good jumping off point, but you like have to do it from the bottom. I still don't see it. I was originally gonna say I'm not particularly good at the game, then I thought that was funnier. Wait a second. Is that like a small hole in the fog? None of these other shrines are visible. Can I? Is that doable? I can't like look down that steeply with the slate camera. I wonder what's going on down there. I might give that a try. Once I find this other island. Oh, I'm on it? Is it above me? Oh my god, it's above me. Wow, no shit, I didn't find that. Okay, let's land here for a bit. This is cool. I like that this rotates. Tulin, come on, man. I'm losing so much height. Whew. I also use Key's Eyes Light constantly. That makes a good difference. I think I've like only ever pretty much exclusively used those things against Gleeoks. And yeah, it is night and day. I think I just dropped them now, right? Oh god, come back! Come back! This rotating island is too much for me. Please don't hit the wall. Please don't hit the wall. Ow! I'm gonna lose this thing. It's gonna fall down into Korok Forest and it's never coming back. Ooh, cool sunrise. Oh my god. I'm literally going to die if I get off of this thing. Oh my god. Here, I'll just drop it down here. This is fine. I'm not brave enough for Bravery Island. Okay. Why did they put this so high up? That's gotta be good treasure, though. It's not big enough to be another place for a King Gleeok. Although, where's Death Mountain? Yeah, I saw one of those like flying around somewhere in like this zone. But not at the moment, it seems. I think that's like another normal like Roblox arena. Yeah, I'll try to make it up here and then just like recharge my batteries before. I cannot believe how high up that is. I wonder if like if I had enough batteries. Is there a height limit in this game? You know, usually I'm standing on the islands, and that alone is, like, a very impressive height. But then what if I, like, kept going from there? If I found, like, the highest island and I just didn't stop? Okay. Phew. Aren't there usually, like, ferries on this island? On places like this? Seems pretty normal. Probably some stuff in this guy, though. Nice. Whoa! Oh, cool birds. Well, used to be anyways. Whew, I can't believe there's still so much more to go. Oh yeah, there is like, very, very vaguely, it's kind of foggy, but there is like stuff over there, for example. What is that even above? I think it's like a Gerudo Island. An island over the highlands. Yeah, this is freaky. I really wasn't convinced there was like much more beyond this range, and then I like looked up and I'm like, oh my god, there's still more. Okay, we're getting close. I do love this like extra layer of mountains they put behind like the existing ones. It helps add some like good scale, where the rest of Hyrule now like looks so small from up here. Whoa! Not a great slide on this guy. Alright, so what was here? What is this place? Oh god, another one of these. Oh! Oh, wait a second. Isn't that the Colosseum that I saw? I think there's a Colosseum like right where that X is. That's exactly what's going on. If anything has a chance of being harder than the Lionel one, it's probably going to be underneath Korok Forest. This place is literally hell. And that's compared to the place that's also made of fire and brimstone. Oh, God. I'll do it, though. I'll do it. Why not? All right, so that dot has been accounted for. What I need to find is whatever Yiga stuff is going on here. I've been to some of it. Maybe it's in this zone. Maybe it's... What is this? This, like, fades away? Did it come from, like, the sky, or... Why does it fade away? I didn't, like, warp here. It clearly transitions to some other spot. I've got nothing. Oh, maybe, like, I walked up here and then I didn't fast travel to it, but I might have fast traveled away. Huh. Okay, so... No, I don't want to replay this. Off. I wonder if this is another thing that they changed the controls for. Like, they switched the functions of the up on the D-pad and the L button. I guess this is the way that I want to go. Somewhere down here there is Yiga secrets. But wait a second. That shrine. I've got to find out if this does anything. I mean, even the bottom of Bravery Island is still a good jumping off point for what I'm trying to do. This is absolutely a hole in the Korok Forest's ozone layer. It's gotta let me do this. If I get giggles and tickles and just sends me elsewhere, I'm gonna be very bummed out. No, look at this! It is working! Ninji's Shrine. I wonder if doing these... Oh, that was Maka's special place? Huh. If doing these helps, like, dispel the fog. Like, now a third of the forest will be, like, freely explorable. That'd be cool. Oh my god. Was that really what the Shrine Quest was supposed to be? Somehow I don't believe this. Maka's special place. By passing through an opening in the sky. Okay. Know it knew. I did not outsmart the game. Yeah, whatever the hint was to get here, I guess I just didn't read it. I was too focused on going through the logs like you originally do. So is the exterior of this spot, is this like a good place to stretch your legs, or is it still like really just this one spot? And it doesn't connect to anything else. This whole forest feels like such a small place now with how aggressive the fog is. I think I kind of liked how it felt better in Breath of the Wild. If only because it was nicer and I like nice things, but oh my god, hello! See, at least you're moving. But like if I wanted to like hang out with these trees, you know, I just can't. Oh! You found this place, even though you're not a Korok. Wow, look at that. Oh my god, look at this arched back! Maka throwing it back? This is the special place that I, Maka, found. Maka likes to come here alone sometimes. Didn't think I'd fight someone else here. That's it? Oh. But if I go anywhere else, the fog is going to yell at me. I mean, there's like mushrooms in the trees. That can be a good sign. If there's things you can pick up, then certainly this will lead me back to Korok Forest. They wouldn't put collectibles like out of bounds. Okay. Yes. Uh-oh. This isn't... It's not the darkness like it used to be. This is just the normal fog. So... I think... I am able to freely explore again now? I don't see anything more from... Can I climb the trees without getting yelled at? Yeah, this is good. Over here. Oh. Yeah, I don't know what this is. No Koroks warned me about any of this. See, this is... I think this is what I was just theorizing. It looks like it's taking me, like, around the perimeter of the forest. So the hub itself doesn't connect to any of this, but you can think of it as like a dot structure and then a ring structure for like what is explorable. I think I really like that. As long as eventually it all allows it to become interconnected. What? There's a shroom right there! At least back to the start of the shrine though, right? I've got to figure this out. Oh wait! It's like, yeah. I still get to keep like some progress. Alright, mushrooms, right. Where did I see more of them? Oh god. No giggling! I guess once like the fog starts closing in on you, you like really have to run further away from that to cancel the event. So probably not in that direction. I mean, this just looks like it's backwards though. The hero's path can help me. Maybe it's not where I came from. Oh my god, stop this. Nope. That's tricky. What is going on down here? What did I land in? Are some mushrooms fake? Is it like a maze and there can be like dead ends? Oh, over here. That was mushroom! That was mushroom! What do you mean? I think maybe there are like invisible walls, like the mushroom that I was just looking at, like, yeah, I could get to there if I walked in like a U shape, but if I walked in a straight line, I have to find like more like dot to dots. Like this. Yeah, this is what I was looking at before, and then I kind of like lost where I was going. I mean, but this is like a important looking rock though. I want to go to rock. To core rock. Anything else like this way? This one's got like really uplifted roots, but I feel like I've tried to go this way before. Yeah, I've been spending a lot of time here. It looks like a little bit further. This is the most that I've made it. So I'm a little behind. This one. And then this is where the trail goes cold. It's tricky because these little like sparkles in the air can sometimes be mistaken for the sparkles of a silent shroom. And I don't think this is a situation where you can use like flames to find your way. I mean, unless... No, this is safe to do. You're allowed to go that high up. Interesting. I want to go to that rock so bad, but I know it's not meant to be. You'd really think with enough time up here, something would like show up. But the trail goes cold. There's nothing like on top of any of these trees. That one looks like more fucked up than the others, so that could be like some kind of landmark. I could rush it. Man, nope. Oh, but it lets me just stay here as the most recent position? I'm cool with that. Okay. That could be like a good place for a mushroom. If I was a mushroom, that's where I'd be, but I don't see one. Actually, there does look like there's something faintly glowing. Is it here? No, this is just a shiny rock. But it counts for some reason. I don't think there's like a mushroom in view, but there's got to be someone nearby that I'm just not seeing. I gotta really watch where I'm going though. I think this is safe. This looks safe. Oh, there it is. There's the next one. And another one here. Oh, yes. Okay, this is good. This is really, really good. I think the goal is getting to the lake, but the lake might have been where the old shrine was. Oh, wait a second. I do want to go to the rock mushrooms, please. Oh, I'm so fucking close. There it is. There's the water right here. Am I allowed? I am. Yeah, that's no shrine, but there is something in there. It's a chest. I guess I can just swim. I wasn't sure if the water was gonna be evil. Oh man. What is this about to be? The forest dweller's bow! I guess I can switch it out for this. The utility of having a wooden bow is kind of overshadowed by the fact that all the Zonai stuff is also not vulnerable to electricity, and it can be so much stronger. Man, I was really hoping that that was gonna be something. Because nobody, like, told me about this trail of mushrooms. I just, like, noticed it, and I followed it. I'm like, whoa, what did I just find? I didn't find shit. Yeah, and unfortunately, I think that's it as far as the mushrooms go. So if I do try to keep exploring in the way that I have, this this circuit theory of mine, I think the treasure is just the end of that. And you can't... If I can't outrun when the fog closes in on me, I definitely can't outswim it. Unless... Unless? It's gonna let me go to the opposite shore? But no mushrooms. Huh? Maybe the shore on all directions is like a little extra safe spot? I mean, there's stuff to pick up here. Oh, no, there's not. Maybe there's more to this. I just don't want to wander too, unless that happens. Oh! Korax, I don't think this is very funny at all. Alright, well, I know when I'm beat. I don't think there's gonna be anything else to do here. I mean, I guess I can, like, safely straddle the shoreline and then... That's something? Oh no, I'm back where the treasure chest was. Okay. I feel like the extrinsic rewards in this are lackluster, but I also feel the same way about Breath of the Wild. In Tears of the Kingdom, I feel a more... They're trying to be more deliberate about extrinsic rewards than Breath of the Wild was. Like, what they've been doing with all of the armor in this game, the armor in Breath of the Wild was like so normal to get. Like most of it was in shops, and like no, now we need to like split it up, hide 3 things in 3 different corners of the kingdom. That's like every set now. I mean that's working on me, but yeah. If the point is to make the weapons like less good to make fusing worth doing, it kind of works against using, you know, a wooden bow as a reward. Anyways, I'm warping out of here. Let's go back to Bravery Isle. That'll be something to keep in mind, though. So there are still some places to go to in that forest. You just have to, like, find a new way through. The existing Breath of the Wild paths are just gone. How many charges do I have right now? 39? I can use 5. I don't know if I want what's in here, but it's something. Come on, fans! Oh, lots of flame emitters. I've been going through a lot of these recently. This isn't bad stuff, not by any means. Okay, so now I want to go this way. This is where the Yiga stuff is supposed to be? Oh my god. The level of detail on this shrine made it look like it just got like slightly bigger. Yeah, stop! Stop! I definitely have not been anywhere here. Wait, what? Oh my god, I gotta fucking... No, no! Close, reopen, now it shows me everything. Haven't been in this zone. So if I were a Yiga, I think I would be near this. I mean, at least they put something on Makar Island. And learn their lesson with that one. If you want fans, the gacha machine on the starting island is by far the best one for fans because it only has 3 outputs and one of them is fans. Okay, cool. Yeah. Once I'm rich on fans and rockets, the ridiculous things I'm going to make, you know, there will be no limit. Let's see. You know, blah, 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 and I guess I could also do the Colosseum. But I'm not going back to Korok Forest unless I figure out what's going on here. Is it going to be in the depths, though? Hold up. Let's look at the album. Okay, so there's like 2 rivers, and it's like directly between, what, here? In the foothills? What is this? I don't think that's a cave, but it might be. What is the other body of water supposed to represent? There's mushrooms and then there's that. I think it's supposed to be the canyon. So maybe like a little more north? I guess I haven't been here either. Oh, it could be the well. I was looking at the well and then I just didn't do anything about it. This may be the answer, but the well is depths. Have I been directly beneath any of this? Oh god, I haven't. Maybe I should? Maybe I should. Wait, no, that is a cave. Cave is more likely to be Yiga stuff than depth is. There's the canyon. There's the lake. It's a little bit beneath the mountain. This might be it. 5 big charges is so satisfying. If you drop 5 of those, you'll be set for life. Yeah, I did finally do one of those on... I think I finally found a terminal that has rockets, and now I have, like, what, 19 of them? Yeah. I just want to have, like, 50 fans and never have to worry about it again. Especially now that I have this Tyler Mobile. The Yiga Clan branch! Yes! Yes! Oh my god, they're mourning. The funeral? Who's there? You're Link. Come to free our tailor, have you? You'll have to get through us first.
Okay.
Oh, only 11 arrows? This might not be a good idea. Slapping himself? Wait, am I using this? I want to use the boomerang first. Yeah, let me just get on this real quick. He just keeps slapping himself. Bro, stop, drop, and roll. They don't teach you this in Yiga school? Hello? Joe Biden? I don't know why I got on this bit in Hatano a little while ago. I think it was maybe like the dog thing was like subconsciously still in my head. That's always a reason for arrows. Yes. This is gonna almost wind up being like 3 Kilton things. I assume the prices are going to get steeper the more stuff that I buy. But it's like definitely more than 2, you know? I'll have 2 items and then some change. But it's probably going to be the pants next. If the Tracy stuff at the Gazette was anything to go off of, they always like to save those for last. Oh my god, I've burnt everything in here with my fire sword. Oh, lizard! Hello? Any prisoners in here? The Yiga Taylor's like, oh, thank God, I'm saved! And Link's like, more like under new management. You make Yiga clothes for me now. Okay, that's where I came in through. I thought this was that. Oh. This cave is a natural fortress made up of 5 chambers. I think I've been through 3? All members are to memorize the route to the hidden room containing our uniforms and the map of all our branches. Remember, follow the eyes of the frogs. The punishment for letting the secret out will be most severe. Eyes of the frogs, you say? Alright, well now this is Ganon's tower from Wind Waker. Now it is. Alright, frogs, where? You. Secret chamber? There is something above. Look at this. They're all like looking up. Yeah, yeah. I guess it is underneath a mountain. Here, I'll just make sure nobody leaves. It's pants. Finally! I've been waiting! If a pretty lady is in distress, the hero will arrive to save her. Everyone says so. So this is extremely expected. But that's strange. The hero's supposed to carry a legendary sword. What? It's fine. I guess the hero's just a fairy tale. Me? I've been making outfits for the Yiga clan since they kidnapped me. I mean, I like fashion, but I couldn't even sew. Did they listen? Of course not. It wasn't so bad once I got used to it, though. Honestly, I've been getting a little attached to the outfits I make. Attached enough that I don't want to hand them over to the Yiga clan anyways. This isn't my size, but it might fit you. Here, take it so I can keep it out of their grimy mitts. Yes! Ooh, silences footsteps. Cool. Careful. Folks will think you're part of the Yiga clan if you wear the complete set. Yes, they will. Yes, they will. But these tights are so nice, a little coordination of any kind could really snazz up your look. Thanks for coming to save me, really. You might not be the hero, but you are my prince. They really couldn't make Sidon say this? At last. At long last. I mean, 90% of the time, if I ever want to wear this, it will be without the headpiece. Yes, this is what I wanted. This is looking good. We received deployment info from the hideout. All interested parties should contact the head of their desired division. Mercantile Division manages sale of weapons and provisions to Yiga clan members. Requirements: basic counting ability, conversational aptitude. Yiga Retail? Research Division researches and develops new applications for Zone parts. Requirements: crafting skill and ear for naming. Training Division oversees the improvement of all members of the Yiga clan. Resilience: mastery of the Earthwake technique. What is this going to be? Is this actually going to, like, expand my combat skills? Training available through the Training Division. Distribution Division supplies materials to the Depths hideouts. Requirements: can read and write, confident in own strength. Okay, so that's, I think, some of the other places that I've already found. Definitely one of those is the Great Plateau for, like, supplies. This is so cool. Okay, so now let me get one more look at the album. Is that like is that the Yiga hideout? I don't know. If the other 2 markers were where I found clothes and the one on the Great Plateau and the thingy where the waterfall isn't on this map, I think there is a Yiga hideout just like really close by. Let's see. stop. No. Close it, reopen it. Now. The amount of times I've done this. Yeah, because I went up this road, but maybe like a little further downhill, there's like a cave. Or maybe like around here, near the Great Cliffs. Because what I'm focusing in on is there's kind of like a lump here. I can't zoom in on this. Wait, full screen? No, that doesn't really... Oh, I actually like this, though. I remember this was a complaint with Breath of the Wild, is that when you took a photo, it would put these, like, blue lines all over it, so posting to social media was, like, really annoying. That you can do this is huge. I can just... Oh, wow, the quality of this is terrible. Look at how low res these are! I was about to say, finally, they fixed the inability to share these. These are not good pictures. I think they put the blue lines on here for a reason. Like, maybe that helped hide that problem. Interesting. Man, the compression on this one is really bad. This is like one of the worst ones. It really does not like all the details in this outfit. It's cool that it has like little locations on there to tell you where the picture was taken. The Purapad metadata. Yeah, so I need to find like some sort of like lump here. And I think this is where the lump is. So, Highlands Tower it is! Man, I don't even want to wear the mask. I can't believe they're making me do this. A cave, you say? They should let Link have a Zonai shovel. They should do this for the next game. Oh, I don't have any shield anymore. My poor little treads. I guess the wing shield is probably fine to surf on still. All the other ones are going to either explode or make me immediately ragdoll. Let's see. I'm freezing for now, but I'll eventually be okay once I go forwards from here a little bit. Okay, so this is back on track. This is back on track. Yeah, take me down into like the outer valley. And then I can like make a plan from there. Where are these balls falling from, man? Actually, hold on, hold on. Maybe being up here is a good thing. If there are any cave openings up here, I really don't want to miss them. Because this is, I remember when Mike was streaming Breath of the Wild, they also had the sensor turned off. And they were trying to find it just like completely on their own, and I think this was like the 120th one that he did. A cave at the front of a lump. I'm still cold up here, bro. It's so sandy, though. Oh, but because it's nighttime in the desert. That's right. Okay, okay. All my favorite outfits are so short-lived. This is almost coordinated with the Rito stuff, though. I like the belts around the thighs. Oh, and there's a shrine here? Cool. This will be a good way to get around. Oh, but there's more quicksand. Can vehicles drive through quicksand? I guess this is the thing about the desert, is now I'm going to discover all the bizarre things that are actually new about it. Aside from there being nests full of Gibdos. Maybe there can even be cool things here. My one hope is that they've definitely done some crazy shit with the Moldugas. Every other returning boss and enemy in this game has had new attacks, and those were some of my favorite guys from Breath of the Wild. So if there's like new ways to interact with them, that's gonna be a real treat to look forward to. Nothing works on any of my linear paths. Oh, please don't sink. Oh, I gotta turn this around. Wait, do I? I do. Uh-huh. Oh, I think it's fine, actually. Yeah, this works. As long as it's, like, taller than what a person would be, then at least it won't be dying. And also there's a chest up there that I need to go get. Oh man, I gotta fight these guys first though. They're not gonna let me get that treasure. Okay, phew. It's weird how much that actually like behaves like water. You guys can hang out in the quicksand? What? Oh, weird. I was thinking that would just like instantly kill these guys. Like knocking a bokoblin in water. Oh my god! This has no defense! Alright, back to the tunic for now. No, but I have to wear this. Let me get the Hylian night pants on. Soldier's greaves. Here, you like Zonai stuff so much? Come and get it. Oh my god, I need to eat. I don't think I've like had anything at all tonight. Let me sort, let me sort. Yeah, one of these is probably fine. Oh, that's coming back towards me! It's gonna blow up the rest of these bombs! Okay, never mind. This is not a good idea. I don't know, maybe I'll just like leave it be. I'll fight some other guys. Oh, please, I really, really want that bow. Don't leave, man! Come on! Wait! Phew. Okay. Oh my god. There's the good stuff. I still don't have very many of those construct 4 horns. That's what I'm excited about. Oh my god, look at this! The whole shrine entrance just like isn't upright. I don't think I've seen anything else like this. Look at this. The whole shrine is like tilted. I hope that's what the puzzle is actually gonna wind up being. That'd be a really cool idea. Oh, please don't be upright. This is one of those things that I feel like I wanted more from Breath of the Wild, that like the exterior and the interior of the shrine can be linked in interesting ways. Like, no, it's upright. Okay, whatever. They're gonna have some sort of commonality that makes them greater than the some of their parts. Wow, more stuff like this though, huh? What is this? Oh, spikes and killing. Okay. Oh, I got a Frogger. I gotcha. Uh-huh. Oh, and then I go like back and forth. Oh god. Oh no! Oh no! Link, hurry! Wait, oh! I can recall. Yeah, whatever is like the forward way to do this, I'm like not fast enough for it. Oh my god, I can see those teeth like kissing the camera. Whew. Yeah, I think I'm still gonna need this back too. I don't see any other grabbies. Alright, so that's step 1. Well, now what? Everything else is walled off. I don't like need to be there, do I? No, definitely not. Why am I here? Do I need to make like a ramp? Oh, maybe. Oh, yes! Okay, that works, that works. Oh, my thingy broke, though. What? Where did the things that dropped go? Oh, weird. Oh, look, it's getting jammed up in there. Interesting. Wow, so this really is Skyward Sword Quicksand. They put this in a 3D Zelda game once in 2011, and I thought, oh, well, we already did it the best. No reason to iterate on this. Oh, hello. Oh, what? Well, now what? That's very cheeky. Like, it just gives you to it. Here, you want it? Go and get it! Fetch, bitch! Ooh. I do like these sleds, though. There was one other shrine that used these, and I had a great time with them there. I have to, like, aim through the fan blades. And, I have them as, like, a real Zonai part now. Oh, come on. I can't get them? I can't pick them up normally? I can circle back around. The idea of being able to use these to just, like, go crazy all over the dunes is, like, really exciting. It's like you can make your own sand seals. Yeah, imagine fighting a Molduga riding one of these. Man. I know what I need to do. Just let me ascend. Oh, man. Here, if I go this way, when it starts going backwards, I'll still, like, have a lot of, like, time. Right? There we go. Let's hope I can bring that with me so I still have a ride back. I can't grab through this. Alright, that thing is gone. Yet again, the little... Oh, wait, I need to move this first. It's running away from me all over again. What in the Wind Waker's Great Sea is going on right now? There we go. I swear to God, if this thing is gonna start floating off to some mashing teeth in the distance... My poor little previous guy. Wait a second. That's right, though. There's a treasure chest waiting for me. Let's go figure that out first. God. These things are ridiculous. There's so many. Oh, I gotcha. And now. Like, there's really not much room on this boat for all this treasure, but oh God. You wanna turn this thing around, Link? Run! Oh no! I'm gonna have lost my vehicle and my ball and my treasure all in one go. I think I understand the challenge. Why is this, like, so slow? It's, like, stuck inside the ground or something. I don't know. Oh, because these aren't glued. I think when it got crushed by the spikes, that, like, broke the glue link, and then when the vehicle got reloaded, it was, like, remembering that state. Okay, well, there is a place to park these, so it doesn't have to be nearly as dangerous as I made it for myself. Yeah, I can just do this. Yeah, I'll do, like, one of those little swinging puzzles. Those are always fun. Now it's in range. Alright, who's ready for a shitty bow? Ooh, arrows is good. Arrows is good. Oh wait, this is the wrong vehicle. I, like, was about to discard the one I actually needed. There we go, okay. Now all there's left to do is to finish this shrine. And also, uh-oh, maybe to get the ball back up there somehow. I'm not sure what the answer to that is going to be. Uh-oh. Wait, how do I get it up, though? This is not going to be enough. Maybe it might be. If I can do this. Wait, come back, come back, come back! Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know. There's probably a better way to do this. Maybe I need to... Oh, yeah, I need to, like, make a ramp. I gotcha. I can do that. Why is this about to go in a Z shape? I guess the other recall interfered. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I tend to like a lot more when the shrine rewards in those chests are like a replenishable resource as opposed to just a weapon. I get enough of those through other means. Me personally. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I do prefer to avoid doing the lifting and recalling stuff when I can. 90 hours in, it's a little less novel than when I first started breaking puzzles with it. Because these are like different puzzles with different solutions, and I'm using just one particular combination to skip over that. And I'm kind of missing out. Anyways, that is officially 6 hearts worth of these upgrades. So at some point I definitely want to stop by another one of those statues. Maybe when I find the final Yiga thing. I'll do that before going to the fortress. Oh, now unbearable heat. Now you tell me. Okay. Get back in this. Oh, and the ice rod, right. Where do I have that? Here. Okay. Maybe these guys are gonna point the way? This leads to Yiga hideout, maybe? Oh, man. Electric Choo-Choo's been a while. Yeah, in my entire... What? I'm still holding it. Not enough? Maybe I need to be not wearing this and have the rod out? Or this is probably just, like, even hotter than the other thing was. Oh, God, it's still not enough. Alright, well, this is the best I can do. In my entire 90 hours now, with Tears of the Kingdom, very little of, like, the Breath of the Wild nostalgia I've been indulging in has been in Gerudo, but it really is, like, a cool zone. Oh, look at this, the shadow of the cloud is keeping me cool right now. I like that. But between the Yiga hideout I'm about to rediscover and the Molduga that I'm inevitably going to track down, there's gonna be some cool stuff to do tonight. Or at least there would be, if I can find some cold armor. Or a cave. Caves are temperature neutral. I don't know where these things are, like, supposed to be leading me. I'm just kind of following them blindly. I don't think this is another one of those Leviathan puzzles, is it? With the eyes? No, there's no head on this thing. But there is a Korok. Oh, wait, a hole in the ground? This might be it. Did I just find it? Oh, no. Yeah, let them come to me. I should probably start spinning these Korok seeds pretty soon too. There's a lot starting to pile up. Yeah, what is this? Oh, and there's Yiga attacking me randomly? This is a good sign. Okay, this wasn't so bad to track down at all. Like, pretty much 0 wandering required. Assuming I've got the right idea here. Let's use more of these. Hey, that'll keep this guy from retracting. That'll do the job. Nice. A shock-like stone. Come on, anything but bows! I don't want any more bows! Oh yeah, I've really gotta talk to Hestu about this one. Discovery? West Gerudo Underground Ruin. So it's not Yiga related. Well, this is still like kind of cool. Oh my god. It's got unique music. I'm cool with, unless this is just like general Gerudo Cave theme. But the amount of walls to destroy seems pretty promising. See, even though these things are like less immediate than the standard bombs, I'll be able to like set them off in sequence, which will be pretty satisfying to watch unfold. In fact, I can set even more of these down for the second half. Yeah, if this alone does not say a lot about how little I've explored this province, yeah, the fact that I don't recognize the music is a lot. Maybe like 2 more. This feels like it's going to be like a Metroid Prime. Yes! It's working! It's working! It's working! Yes! Oh, that might have ended the chain though. Is there not one in the corner? Yeah, it should have been a little further out. That's okay though. Let's see all the stuff that was over here. Oh yeah, it's like throwing the bombs around. I understand. Whoa! I'm gonna watch out. Oh, there was one over here. At least there is again now. Any stuff over here? Okay, so that was all of them. That actually was not as useful as I was thinking it would be. I suppose I can dip into my supply of, what is it, 60 bombs? Oh my god. I must used. Of 96 bombs! Alright, alright. Got some of the job done. It saved me some bombs in theory. If it has to. The Gerudo was the first major region / dungeon that I did, and I probably spent more time here than any of the other main regions. Yeah, I mean... I guess, I keep saying that I've seen all the trailer stuff that there is to see, but technically that's not true, because I don't think I've seen any of like, there's like sinkholes here now, right? I bet there's like a lot of like stuff underneath Gerudo that's like really cool, that's unique to it. I mean, the music alone, right? There's not any other place you're gonna hear this. Another door? What's going on here? Can I interact with it? Oh. Maybe there's a switch? Yeah, this is a really nice piece of music. Maybe that's let me excavate this a little bit more. Maybe there's a switch over here. It's like the only other like subtraction in the wall. I don't know. I don't know what this spot has to say. No, it doesn't seem like anything. Just more rubble. Oh, but look, this side's kind of going a little bit further in too. Oh, and there's enemies. This is the way forward. Alright, maybe it's okay to go back to, let's say, 10 more of these? Yeah. Oh my god. Like, I kind of resent having as many of these as I do. Wow, that did barely anything. I'm trying my best, man, here. I already have 78. I was so close to 100. How embarrassing. Ooh, hello, Diamond. Oh, it's pointing this way? The question marks are like moving around a little bit. Surely I have a mining thing. I can use one of these, I guess. I didn't realize there was gonna be this many rocks. I thought I was gonna make the room like slightly bigger and then that would be like it, but it just keeps going, this place. All this and it's not even a Yiga hideout. Jeez. Yeah, let's get a little bit closer. Just follow this as much as I can. I see something. Maybe I can fit through this? Yeah. Okay. Ooh, yes please to the arrows. Hey, now we're talking. Shields I can take. I have another one of these. But this one does less damage, so maybe I should use it first. Is the question mark all there was to find here, or is there eventually going to be like another switch somewhere? And this place is huge. Like, the volume of rocks, this has got to be like... This makes the place under the fort, the little hub town in Central Hyrule, feel like nothing. This is like if they took that entire Riju dungeon, if they took the sand temple, and they took the scale of that, except every room was just rocks. I mean, I can maybe make out stairs? This is gonna eat, like, all of my heavy weapons. Oh, man, oh, man. Maybe I should use the spear first. If I'm only focusing on this ground level stuff. This will be good enough for now. The good news is that eventually, my little depths technique of once you get rid of rocks on the ground, then all the rocks above it will just, like, immediately disintegrate. Like, maybe this whole room will just collapse on top of me, like, all at once. It will briefly tank the frame rate, but it'll be a beautiful moment because I'll be able to, like, look up. Oh my god, already? Jeez! Here comes the next one. At this rate, I'm gonna have to go back to the damn bombs. At this point, I've stopped hitting rocks and switched entirely to using Yunobo and Riju. Oh yeah, I totally forgot I said that I was gonna start entertaining that. the other day. Yes! Yunobo has got the right idea. Let's see. Get out here, little guy. Come on, little guy! Oh god, but so many of the rocks are already in the air now. Oh wow, yeah, he clears out like a pretty good range. There's like a blast from wherever like the impact point is. I see. And now he's gone. Can you come back, please? Thank you. It's like somewhat supplementary, but the recharge time is a little bit much. Somehow he's still kind of on the shorter side though, compared to like Sidon and Riju. Here, I can make one of these real quick too. I can make Rock Rod. Yeah, this is like still breaking these in one hit. I think I'm beginning to make out the slightest hint of a door. Maybe. I wonder what the hell is gonna be hidden in here. Like, what am I working my way towards? Alright, come on, Yunobo. This is another one for you, man. I like thread him through these. Okay, there we go. Oh, another one of this. Oh man, this is like really vast, huh? There's already like another spiked thing that I haven't seen. Hold up, I want Yunobo just to get rid of this so I can like see where I'm going a little bit easier. Yeah, he's doing a better job at like clearing away the ceiling than I could, unless I started like throwing bombs. But the melee stuff is like only gonna get rid of like this first layer at the bottom. Yeah, now I can like absorb what I'm supposed to be like finding here a little bit better. Speaking of melee weapons, I already did break that rock thing, but these statues have been dropping a couple of rusty swords. So if I get those and some rocks, that'll be like some good backup. So I'm not using any more of my like extremely good rare talus stuff anymore. Yeah, fuse with this, and fuse with this. Do I have room for any more? Can I just grab it? Yeah, that's mine now, thank you. I can! Yes! Just in time for Tyler to show up and start chastising me. Oh, this just like goes around. It's like much wider than I first thought. I see. Yeah, and this is the other thing too, is that I think the low ceilings that I'm making with this weapon is making like too narrow of a space to bring Yunobo, because it seems like he like despawns if I get too into these spaces. Ooh, opal though. Like this is good because he can fit under here when he's a ball, but not when he's a man. So I can like make bigger excavation spots like that. Yes. I'm starting to like establish a mining rhythm, if you will. Much in the way that one would swing their pickaxe from side to side, side to side. What the hell? Seems like a statue dead end. Unless it isn't. Let me get this first. Oh, this is behind the thing. Oh, weird. Okay, I think I get it. I don't think I'm looking for switches. You're supposed to like excavate this zone in a way where you're like getting around these doors and then like making your own like new routes. It's starting to make sense. Which means, if I keep going this way, this will be the spot that I was originally trying to reach when I saw my first door, right? Just on the other side of this should be like the secret of the first room. We have to break this. I'm ready to use my other 3 rock hammers now, if you don't mind. And yes! That's exactly what's going on here. And then I can throw this, glue it onto this, and now I have a way out. I always look at the angles of these match. I feel like I'm doing it wrong when I don't. Nice! Alright, what do we got? Please be clothes! Whoa! This is also an amiibo item, I believe. I didn't know that they were going to be like actual just like in-game objects now. Because I never got the champion set. I think it was like a 4-pack or something. Like, maybe I want the Rivali one. Do I want a Mifa amiibo? No way in hell, right? But each of those 4 came with these like little extra outfits, these extra helmets that go with the ancient armor. I'm like, hey, that's cool. Which is another one of the very few examples in Breath of the Wild where like long hair Link actually was in it previously. I guess it's like reasonably excavated already. Yeah, let's start carving away more of this. This has got to be something else. So are there like dead ends to find too? Not that I'm going to be that obsessed with figuring it out, but you know, I'm a little curious. There's ore to find at the very least. Yeah, there's like monster noises. I do feel somewhat that I have a duty to get rid of these Traveler Swords now, because I'm eventually going to start finding better stuff. I'm like, oh no, but what about my mining swords? What am I going to do? Yeah, okay. It's opening up. It's opening it up. What is making that noise, though? I don't think it's a Bokoblin, but I don't think it's a like either. Doesn't this just go back to the first room, or is this like another new spot? Oh, it's a Bubble Frog! Yes! And that's why I do what I do, because it is always worth my time. Oh, you are so going to be 3 Kilton exchanges. 14 of these, come on! Oh, this is excellent. I have got to track that freak down. You know, we'll excavate more. Find me more bubble frogs, maybe? This is definitely just going to be wall. You're nothing. Yeah, okay. That's probably all there is to, like, actually find. Very lucky that I, like, didn't leave and not find that, though. That was absolutely, like, about to happen. Ooh. Yeah, okay, and then here's the rest of everything else. Wait, what the? Or is it? What? What is this? It's like another place I haven't done. I thought that this was the first room. Okay, that's definitely a wall. Oh my god. I think I must have, like, lost track of how big this place actually is. Ooh, this is rare. Yeah, sapphire, topaz, nice, nice. Get a little bit more of this. I think this is another corner, though. Yeah, okay. More ceiling for me, though. It's a little bit better. Okay. I think I get this enough. Here's the first room. Oh my god, I forgot to use so many Zonai parts to make any of this happen. Okay. Well, I probably could have just ascended the whole time, too. Cool little cranny. Not a Yiga hideout, though. So take me to that. Are all these swords pointing to the same landmark? I guess it would make sense. Thunder Helm is like a pretty important object to the people who live here. Can you really just not shield surf on this? You can, but like barely. I think it like makes the friction worse. I guess I can start using this. Yeah, okay. I knew there wasn't something wrong with my angle. Hey, this is a nice time of day, though. Not too hot, not too cold. May as well get rid of the last of these things. You are still not nearly as close to the ground as you need to be. Come on. Oh god, there's a sandstorm coming in? What an oil jar! Extracted from plant seeds, it's very versatile in cooking and can coax flavors from ingredients used in many dishes. Also good for adding fuel to fire. I didn't know that. Did that thing just try to eat me? Oh yeah, there's like some serious wind blowing in from somewhere. You'd think the storm like blocking out the sun would help with this supposed unbearable heat. Oh man, I forgot that this isn't like any good for defense. Well, if I'm boiling to death either way, may as well put my good shit on. Is the storm only on like that other half of the arena? Yeah, it kicks in when I walk up to this guy and then it leaves when I do. Huh. Does that mean that this is like right on like the border of like where the map ends? It just might. That would make sense. Oh yeah, we're like right on the line. It does not go much further than this. Okay. So if I'm looking for that Yiga hideout, then everything else is just gonna be like more in this direction. I'll have to like hug this whole wall up until I guess until I reach where that stable was. Oh man. Wait, so why am I here? Why did I just do any of that? I think I might have some cold resistant food or some heat resistant food that is cold food. I'll about eat the cold food, hot food. What? Heat resistance 5 minutes. It's still too much. I think it like adjusts the dial a little bit, but not enough to fight this, unless I do this. No. Oh god. I'm in hell. Yeah, that's the other thing about the, about Breath of the Wild giving you the Vo armor, is that you pretty much just get it as a part of the main story. As soon as you set foot in the desert. So, when you explore the rest of it, it's like, oh, there's never any, like, problem with the heat, but now it's like a real threat with little to do about it besides, you know, make food, which I've not been doing. There was like a little campfire underneath that shock like, but no pot, so I can't do anything about it yet. Okay, these are all pointing back to the Leviathan. Or I guess, you know, the Leviathan wannabe. You're just a little baby compared to the real thing. The real thing is like what? It's more like out here somewhere, right?
Skulls? Skulls?
Oh wow, this is like really close to the corner of the map. I didn't even realize. Huh. So what was... Where is it then? Is like more out here? What are all these dots? They didn't... I know they didn't move the Leviathan. There's like a couple of things of bones here, but I know it's like not that close to the cliffs. Southern Oasis. It's gotta be around here somewhere, right? I don't see it. It's like where the fairy fountain used to be. I'm sure I'll stumble across it eventually. With enough exploration. You know what, if I'm just gonna write up this, I'll go down whatever like the top of this slope is gonna be, whatever the crest is. But I already like came through here looking for caves. So maybe going back to the shrine is the way to go from here. I'll do this. Just to save some extra time. You know, but you do not need to be here anymore, by the way. Leave immediately. Oh god, yeah, all of this? Okay. Oh no, the Zonai are back. You. Be gone. How do I get out of this? I guess Tulin. That'd do it. Okay, so now the heat resistance is working. Some areas are like slightly hotter than others. Man, given my luck though, the cave that I'm looking for is just like not going to be near the base of these mountains. Like it's probably going to be up these steps, which is a whole lot harder to scope out because there's like no sky islands here. There's like one up there, and it looks like an arena, which smells to me like another King Gleeok maybe. But then I also like miss out on all the stuff that's going on here. It could be near the ice depot. Right? Because that's underground-ish. But more likely, it is just going to be a side quest again. And don't get me wrong, it was a good side quest in Breath of the Wild. I don't see why I would need to do it again here. Oh, wait a second. No, this is different. Of course it is. It's where we store ice, obviously. It's all made from snowmelt from the Gerudo Highlands. I'm kind of surprised to see you here. It isn't really a tourist destination, but you're probably wondering where all the ice is, right? Well, it's gotten hot enough that it all melted. Feels wrong to even call the place an ice house right now. Have you heard about the incredibly popular drink the Noble Canteen in town makes? Well, it uses ice from here. Or, it did. If I can't get ice delivered to town, there won't be any signature drinks being made by anyone. I've got to find a way to make ice. Iceless behavior. Oh, I thought this was gonna be like a whole like water cave that just ends immediately. Do I need to like bring you a block of ice? I don't even know how you solve that. I know. Can I close this? Aw, man. Unless? No. My only theory would be like, I don't know, you definitely can find snowballs up in Hebra, but that's not an ice cube. That was not the assignment. I mean... Actually, wait! If you use ice magic, it creates ice cubes. I might already have the answer right now. Viewer who knows the solution screaming when they realize this and I start leaving. Yup! Nice! I didn't know Hylians can make ice. Maybe I've been in the ice house or up in the mountain for too long. If it's okay with you, can I have this? Yeah, of course. If it's possible to make a hunk of ice if it's nicely in that alcove, that would be ideal. Oh, do we need to like make it slightly smaller? Well, I also have fire weapons. Oh, this is cute. Watch, it'll fit. It will fit. Oh, you put some ice in the alcove for me. Sark. However, what? Is it too small now? I won't argue that there is now ice in the alcove. That much is true. But how much ice? Not a lot, not a lot.
This chunk of ice is just too small. It'll melt before it makes it to town. Why don't you use the size of the alcove to measure? If the ice is around the same width, that should do fine. Okay, well, it's a good thing I can make more. I'm head to bed. Good luck with the stream. Oh yeah, no problem. Thanks, Femi. Have a good night. A little more delicate this time. See, what I really want to do is get it into like a diagonal angle. That's the way to do it. It's like the maximum size possible, I think. Yes. Now? No, don't slide to me. Stay in there. I can glue it to make like one giant ice cube. Oh my god. Is this working? I don't think it's really like in there. Oh god. It's like barely bigger than the last one now. Gotta swap them out. Oh god. Is this enough? Are you happy with this? Perfectly sized. This'll definitely hold up on their trip to town. That's great. Magic shields. Sark. Hopefully this is something you can make use of. Be sure to grab something to drink at the canteen in town. I can't make myself cold with rupees. Are you crazy? Feel free to come back and make some more, okay? But I don't have anything I can give you as a reward right now. I wouldn't feel right to accept your help when I can't repay you, so give me some time, okay? You can always visit the spa in Gerudo Town in the meantime. Oh, wait. You're a Vo, so you aren't allowed inside Gerudo Town. Maybe you could relax at the Karakara Bazaar instead? It's gone. It's broken! I'll tell you what though, the food combined with this. I stopped wearing the ice sword for a little bit. I think there's a Korok up here too. There we go. And this is a slightly better place to scope out the caves too. But first, let me figure out where I am in proximity to the bump. Because this is like it now. Like, I need to start making sure that I don't miss it. Let's check the photo again. It's been a while since I looked. So, the road is marked out between the two landmasses that make up the wastes. Maybe one is the highlands and one is the wastes? Is that how this works? Yeah, this is the wastes. You can't really see the provincial line anymore. Which means... yeah, somewhere here. A cave here near the Great Cliffs. That could be something. That may be a good place to look next. Alright, Korok. Let's hope I'm barking up the right tree. You seem like a much more normal rock. Wait a second, there is stuff up here. Oh man. Well, I don't want to miss this now that I'm like looking at it right in the face. It's not quite the bump I was looking for, but after the last thing that I came across had like a big hole in the ground and stuff to do inside. I gotta like scan it out. And there's Yiga again. And there's Yiga again. How mysterious that that's the case. But it also happens near the other cave that like wasn't their hideout, so I don't know. I think the idea is that like as long as I'm like broadly close to their hideout, the one that I do know about, not the one that gives me the mask, then they just will keep showing up like that. But okay, this definitely seems like something. Oh, but it might just be for enemies again. Oh, hello. Sneak strike. What the? Don't lie to me. You know, I saw that button prompt. You all saw the button prompt. Perhaps this is not a cave. Oh god. These guys have bombs! Jeez, man. Yeah, this is just a normal camp, I think. Oh, but there is treasure. I'll stop back for some of this. Man, I should not be fighting these guys naked. Topaz, great. Let's get the hell out of here. The barrel boys. They'll never find me up here. Oh. Man, that dungeon is a great addition to the silhouette of the desert, though. It's a cool landmark. God, this is barely any height. I could have jumped to do this. Whew. There's the geoglyph. I guess that electricity thing might be worth investigating. Is this where the cliffs were? No, this is just back up to the... I need to go more to the right. But it also might be at like the nose of this, and there's more enemy camps! Here, I'll do this instead of bomb arrow. Oh, that's normal barrels. You're all normal. But this one does have a real chest, at least. Oh my god! Huh. It's alright, I don't need to be here that bad. What in the... What the... I forgot about the combat utility of that tooling thing. That's really funny. Ooh, these are good though. I'll take one of these. These have nice weapons. Oh, the leaper? Down here? I don't know why this has turned into like a very funny camp. Yeah, not a good idea to take on a moblin like this while naked. Keep using this, I guess. Well, you're not bothered a little by this, huh? Man, all this, I had so many fairies on the way to this. And, I lost them doing something, but I wouldn't be able to tell you what. It's always involving, like, hitting the ground in a stupid way. This much I can tell you. Oh god, this again? It's probably remembering me having, like, opened the treasure chest. Okay, but now I do still want to fight these guys. Oh god, he sees me. He's gonna blow me up while I'm climbing the wall. Well, whatever happens, happens. Ugh. I can't run away! Oh, that was way too close. Oh wait, one of these is a bomb barrel. Okay. Here, I'll just like burn the whole like platform, so then that way, when it drops, it like drops on them. Oh, that doesn't work? Okay. Bomb barrels, I mean, what does that do though, right? Oh wow! Now that's a headbutt dodge. Yeah, maybe I should switch to something like actually really good. This is not the place to be playing around. Okay. Much safer. Sometimes all it takes is a good weapon. Now that was some teamwork. And none of it involved Unobo. Okay. Yeah, that's everything. Alright, let's see what I literally died for. What is this? Man, even the ground sunsets really don't compare. Hey, Royal Bow's actually good. No mistaking it. I guess I can replace the Knight's Bow. The Falcon Bow's alright. I'll swap this, yeah. What I'm looking for is another Swallow Bow, because I don't have one of those, but I could get like a really good bow. I could have Taba turn a shitty bow into a good bow. I knew I was holding on to it for some reason. Like, I definitely have the diamonds to spare to make something like that. Even taking the Great Fairy stuff into consideration. Baked apple. Did this, like, come flying off of that from the camp? Or is this just, like, here for its own sake? Okay. Yeah, now I can, like, come down these steps. This will be, like, a really good way to scout out for caves. I don't think it has anything to do with that bump. Or this one. I think what I'm seeing is just, like, shadows for the time being. But this zone is really going to be where there's going to be a shift. Where I've really got to start keeping an eye out for something. So what is this? Is this where you first, like, come in from the stable? It is. Okay. Yeah, the ice house. It's got to be something here. It's got to be the cliffs. I don't know, man. Those Yiga and their maps, they simplified way too much. God, unless they really are just talking about the normal Yiga hideout. Like the one that I've already been to, whose door I knocked on. Like, would I get the mask on the Great Plateau? Where on the Great Plateau have I not looked where a Yiga hideout would be that's separate from the one that I already found? Unless the mask is on the Great Plateau, in the spot that I definitely have already been. And I just didn't look hard enough? It's gonna get pretty desperate if that's the case. Let me start going back there. Korok on the wall. Oh my god, I'm gonna crack 70 of these before I start spending again. Which, even that alone is a pretty good number to have. For 90-something hours. Yeah, somewhere like on one of these. Right, because there's like a lot of big vertical outcrops to like hide a place like this very elegantly. If it was here, like, I think it'd be pretty satisfying. Hot air balloon, I guess. Oh, it's a battery, not a flamethrower. Stop giving me hope. Oh, wait, it's hope. It's really, really hope. This is all I've ever wanted. This is my Yiga Clan Christmas. Can't put batteries on top of the balloon. Dang. Maybe they're trying to help me, you know? They're like, hey, we heard you were looking for the hideout. It's actually, and then it just like, kill them before they get a single word in. Yes! Yes! Now we're flying. Now we're hunting for caves, I think. But isn't this just gonna take me to Snow World? I think if I were looking for, like, the geoglyph still, this would be a really convenient way to get up there, but... Which has the better ability, Revali or Tulin? Oh, it's gotta be Tulin. Revali's Gale was, like, alright for what it was, but the recharge time, the fact that you could only use it, like, 3 times, and then you had to, like, wait, like, 15 minutes, you gotta be, like, very careful with that kind of thing. Maybe it is like a Highlands cave. I don't know where this thing is. Unless it is like... It could be on the ascent to the hole, but not like in the hole. Because, Oh god. Whew. There might be a cave over here. That was kind of the situation last time. I can have a peek. Yeah, I was talking about this a little bit earlier during last night's stream where because Tulin is like so constant, like he's always being useful, like non-stop. So he's alright in my book. How do you get the yellow battery charge? It's the zonite charges. Let me sort again. Down here, these parts that you pick up from defeating the constructs, you can hold them to dump them in the gumball machines, but you can also just use them, and then they're like extra stamina. It's like eating stamina food, but for batteries. And then you can also eat the large ones, and that'll give you like a rainbow battery. So no matter how intensive the energy consumption of what you're building is, that rainbow battery will last for like a set period of seconds, and then it'll start draining your thing. And also, on top of that, it's a full recharge. So no, whenever I find myself in the sky for like a really extended period of time and I'm starting to run low, yeah, those things have come in like really handy on many an occasion. Guess it's not really worth doing any fights right before a blood moon. Some crates. No, not really looking like there's any caves. Not to me. Can blood moons happen when you're in the depths? That's really scary. Nah, no caves here though. But what determines when the yellow battery is given to you? I don't know, you just eat the charge. Oh, it might be... If you're already using batteries, it might just be a normal battery restore. But if your batteries are already full, then, you know, when your cup runneth over, that's when you get the yellow battery. It's not always extra. That's right. Yeah, I already have enough fire items to last me a while. I'm good with this guy. Well, if it's west of the road, then... This is about as east as it gets without finding it. So I guess it's not the cliffs? I mean, there's a teensy bit more of this to examine. But I'm guessing I might have already passed it. Or they are talking about the normal Yiga Clan hideout. I'm still not sure. Could be through this. They hit this damn thing too well. The one in the, right next to Korok Forest, finding that one was like instant. I didn't have to like hunt for that at all. But this has been like a huge like journey just to find that. I don't think I can go back to Breath of the Wild after this game. I've heard that sentiment a lot. There's totally a few different things that I still think Breath of the Wild does better than Tears of the Kingdom. I think Breath of the Wild still has utility solely because it doesn't have the Evermean trees. Those things have ruined my enjoyment of exploring the natural splendor of the world so thoroughly that when I see a forest, I'm like, oh, I can't wait to hang out here. I'm like, man, fuck that. There's gonna be Evermeans there. Like, I really have a bad time with them. I really, really do. Oh, and also until I find Cass, until I solve this, like, final pen clue, Breath of the Wild is the better game. Right?
That game had Sidon and Cass, and this one may as well have neither. You can just axe them to leave you alone. Surely I must have. Hey, at least I could get some bubbles for my troubles, though. I think here's the key difference, is that Breath of the Wild for me was a place I would go if I like really wanted to relax. And I think to a lot of gamers who were looking for like more of an action game, that read to them as, oh, this game is boring, right? Because they don't come to a Zelda game to relax. And I think everything about Tears of the Kingdom feels like it stems from that like key interpretation of what people wanted Breath of the Wild to be. But that's, I understand that that's like a very personal thing for me. So I'm sure Tears of the Kingdom is still like a better game for like for most people. I do like the shrines a lot. The building stuff is good. It's hard for me to review it as a package considering I still haven't seen the ending, but you know, I have a opinion or two after this much play. Hey, here's an idea. Why don't the shrines, instead of giving me bows that I don't want... Oh my god. I thought I could rest. It wasn't true. What if you could, like, take fans out of the shrines, right? Like, that could also be a cool place to get Zone parts? I don't know. Maybe. Man, this has gotta be a place to restore stamina. It's the only thing I can think of. Oh, it is! Okay, cool. Maybe up here next? Just barely. I know I have stamina food, but I hate using it. Ugh, it's gonna be cutting it close. What else is that up there? That's not a boss island. I don't know what that is. Didn't there used to be like a talus up here? Korra, yay. Oh! I was like scanning the landscape for like where a flower was going to be. I didn't think about this guy at all. My god. Yeah, I don't think so. Hey, thanks for the tail, though. That's good. So now, where did the flower go? I lost the flower. Here it is. Whew. Yeah, even taking on little guys like this, 1 3/4 of a heart. Like a choo-choo is like a deadly situation at this point. I should probably eat a few more of these. I can't believe after all that I cooked in all of my journeys, I actually am like starting to not necessarily run out, but I'm actually thinking about cooking, believe it or not. Oh, also Kilton is just like gone for good. There we go. Whole little circle around the island. That looks kind of cliffy. Or cavey. No. This is just like overhanging. If I mark that though, where is that? Oh yeah, I've definitely been there. Stop. 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 Oh my god, stop. Yeah, I mean, I just officially am where this road was now. So if it was here, like I've just missed it now. Perhaps me getting invested in the location of this specific bump is the wrong way to go about it. But look at that a little bit more. Because that eye is not like on the ground level. There's like one shelf of cliffs and then it's there. It looks like it's 2 shelves up. So 2 shelves up, let's look at the map. It looks like it might be around here. This would be a good spot to hide it. Oh man. That could be worth investigating. 2 shelves up? The tower would be another good jumping off point. That's definitely something to consider. I'll keep going the way I'm going. Not for the Gerudo Cave, but because I now know that there's going to be a place I can finally trade in all these bubble frogs. Then I'll find the shrine, then we're back on Yiga. If I can find where my firewood is, that is. It's like somewhere around this stuff, right? Or is it at the very bottom? You. I keep finding new stuff to add to my collection, so the orientation of like which column it's in is always like moving around. Yeah, nighttime again. Nighttime again. And this is just better for heat damage generally. But wait a second, was that... Which dragon was that I saw just now? Was that Zelda or was that Faroche? Oh, that's Faroche, okay. I mean, you know, may as well. Why not? It's another thing to do that's like right in front of me. I'm always left scratching my head though over which like dragon part to get, because I got the claws for the fountain, and usually the pattern for upgrading Link's Champion's Tunic, which does follow the Breath of the Wild pattern, is scales then claws and then like, I don't know, horns and teeth somewhere in the mix there, but the fountains just jump straight to claws, so now I don't know what dragon parts to get from these, if any. I could use them for myself as like disposable items, but there's always gonna be a quest to do with these. There's gotta be. Oh my god, give me that damn Lizalfo's head. Let's trade. Yeah, 3 bubble gems? Absolutely. Look at this, and I still have double digits! He's gonna start asking for 4 though. And then I'll be like 1 away from a trade. I forgot he eats these! Yeah, thanks. About the other stuff, though, please be— What? Just normal fucking monster parts? Oh, you're really giving me a tough time here. Stop that. I'm the one who gulps around here. Yes, please. Yep, now we're doing trades of 4. The Mystic Trousers. Yeah, let's do it, let's do it. I can't hear myself think with this guy screaming as much as he does. Okay, so officially, the economy of getting shit now is 4 bubble gems per thing. But I'm 2/3 through getting this set, so this is good. Yeah, okay, thanks. This is actually pretty decent. I don't mind even getting this. Yeah, it's an enemy part, but I get it so rarely. Oh my god! Oh my god! It's a Horriblin mask! How awful! There's also like a Lionel mask that I don't have. There's gonna be a lot of those to go through before I finally get the majesty that is this. But I'm closer. I'm a whole lot of steps closer. Alright, thank you, the freak. Maybe I just won't get Faroche at all. A little too high up. Unless I went to the tower right now. Unless I did the shrine and then I like did it fast enough that I could like just go to the tower and leap off and then we'd both be like in the exact right spot. I mean, it's playing the music. Here's what I can try the battery bow. I have the battery bow. And then I could just, like, I don't know, shoot the belly. No, it's not enough. I can maybe do, like, this way, so when it arcs, it's, like, more likely to... No, if it can't even get the claw, it's not happening. Wait, unless... Here's what's gonna happen. Hold on. "19 rockets, you're about to become 18 rockets." Rocket shield, go! How about now? Wow, still not enough despite that? Well, I tried. Tower technique is still on the table. Thought it was, oh my god. There's one of those suckies. If I can go down whirlpools, can I go down those? I don't want to die trying to figure it out, but it'll also probably just be like a void out where I like lose a quarter of a heart. Not too much to worry about. Oh, yeah. It's nothing but holes. My god. If these things do lead to caves, it's gonna be a whole lot of caves to explore. My god. Alright, come on, shrine. I'm on another dragon's clock right now. Siwakama Shrine. Man, I'm still so bummed that that one shrine wasn't, like, tipped over a little bit. That would have been such a cool touch. I would have gone gaga for that. Moving the spheres. Okay. Then move the spheres I shall. And the end is in sight, but is there a chest? Gotta make sure I don't miss the chest. Oh. Oh, okay. Wait, maybe I can do this. I can like put the little butt crack over the yeah, and then it doesn't move. Oh. Okay. Still no chest. Wait, unless? No. I might not even need to. Oh. Oh. Okay. Where is it then? What about the... But what about the... Is it up? It could be up. Let me look up. I do not understand. It's probably in the first damn room. It's too late. It's too late. Whatever. I'll finish it. I'll finish it. All this time that I'm spending looking for it. That dragon's getting further and away. I can feel it slipping by. Oh, I'm not sure about this. Oh! Wow. That was cute. I've already done shrines without finding any treasure. It's not anything new. I forgot I was ready for 6 hearts now. I just want to get that Yiga cave, man. I want it so bad. Grr, la la. Minoru. Raru. Yeah, you'd think I'd be able to see the Leviathan from all the way out here, though. Ooh, another shrine. put that in the back pocket for later, but... Oh, a shooting star! Oh, that's really close. I can reach that so easily. Oh no, Ferosh is just gone. Yeah, okay. That is no longer a thing worth going towards. Even if I did like warp over to the tower, it's over. No, this isn't gonna work as well as I thought it would. Hi, doggies. I could use those treads. Or a sled on a shield? That'd be like super slippy. Yeah, it's tricky. I'm trying to get ahead of those fairy fountain upgrades, but without knowing exactly what I need, those dragons are like... There's only like a 1 in 4 chance I actually pick the right thing. Wait, you have a Hylian shield? In a place like this? No kidding. Don't cook your stick! Don't cook the stick! You ain't looking to carry any more shields. A likely story. Ow! Thank you, Tulin. Yeah, there's gotta be something better I can swap this out for. I mean, is it time to say goodbye to the minecart shield? I think it's time to say goodbye to this thing. Or I guess no, 64 is good. I'm trying to think of a way in which I could use one of these up and then grab the shield. I guess I'll just drop the Gerudo one. Yeah, and it's unique, and I like to have it for that reason alone. Because so much of what I already have is just the same stuff again and again. But I don't know. Should have made the numbers good, what can I say? And now it's 3:45 a.m. So much for this being an easy one. Yeah, I don't think these guys are somehow mysteriously directing me to the Iga hideout. I think it's all just nonsense. But I think that shooting star is just gone. Oh, armored guys out here? Man. I could grab a sand seal. This is the way to get around from walking this far out into the desert. But the bokoblins are gonna disturb this guy. Come on. Ah. There we go. See ya! Whoa, oh, giant hole? I don't see anything further out here. This is pretty much the bottom of the map. I think this is where the shooting star fell down. Here goes nothing! What? Oh, we can just go, well, okay, I'm sorry. We'll meet again someday, my friend. Oh my god. Is this a good thing? Or did I just give up? No, it is a cave! Shooting star? No, I'm afraid not. That's interesting, though. That all of these lead to underground areas? Oh god. If these are, I swear to god, if these are all gonna be like mining shit, let's get Yunobo back out. Oh man. No dragon, no Iga hideout, just a bunch of this. Ooh. I'll take some of that though. For the love of God, please be short-lived, because I'm not gonna leave now that I'm down here. I suppose it could be more bubble frogs. And what's so wrong about that? Yunobo, please. Yeah, like so far these are all like one-room things that I'm finding, but I'm worried that because the size of the sinkhole was like so huge that suggests that like it's gonna be like a big dramatic thing. Unless I already like found all of the rooms. Is that true? 2 rooms? I mean, there's this, but I think this is just like a second way in. There's like a smaller way. Oh, wait a second. You are something else. What is going on here?
Yeah.
Huh? I guess the idea is just to ascend through it, but it's like a crack. How would Link come through a little hole like this? Oh, okay. The point is that you escape through it. Oh, thank God there's a sign guy here, though. Perfect. Well, I tried to throw in some extra little bonus mysteries on top of the stuff that I was already doing, but I think it was not meant to be. I think the Yiga Clan hideout is truly all I need to be happy. Hug it, come on, it's got little arms. It's like a little dinosaur. Dinosaur sign? The Sinosaur. Release. Let go. You don't have to worry anymore. It's over. How is this guy surviving in the desert? This guy had some BQ, I'll tell you what. Ooh. Thank you, my friend. In a lonely world like this, sometimes the generosity of one stranger is all it takes to keep your cold, bitter soul alive. Sometimes in a world where there's no shooting stars and no dragons, no Yiga hideout, you hang out with a guy and then it's chill. This is a talus, right? No. Aw, you're just like a normal pile of rocks. Aww. Man, I really do not see that damn Leviathan. Maybe it like sank into a cave under the ground. Whoa. Get a load of this sand. It's all flowing downhill. Well, this I've got to see. Oh, it's flowing. Oh, it's quicksand. Am I sinking though? Oh, it's really eating my stamina. Yeah, even just to jump eats like a lot of this stuff. Wow, this is very unwise. I mean, it's not killing me. It's just that I can't resist its forces. Okay. Well, never mind then. I thought it would be a fun activity, but I guess not. But what about the ridge that borders the 2 paths? This is still a safe spot, right? It is. That's really funny that I only noticed this in like 1/2. Huh, that's cool. Yeah, they're doing, oh god. They're doing a lot of new stuff in this desert here. Can't fault them for that. Oh, and look, this might just drop me off at the other shrine that I had my eye on. I could swear this is like about where it used to be. If it's not here and it's not on the map, I've really got no ideas. Oh god, yeah, you really gotta like thread the needle here, or it just like throws you into the quicksand. This is kind of a cool mystery though, right? Because the other Leviathan is still where it is, but how does something that big just like disappear? It's just like the compelling story, the plot of Despicable Me.
Oh.
Training area for Garuda warriors?
Oh.
Oh, the desert race? Maybe? It doesn't involve sand seals, or does it involve me as like a person?
Oh.
Pass through 7 arches? hard on a runner. Oh, I might need to like have special like pants on, because there are like sand shoes you can get, I know, that make running easier, but I don't think I can do this like normally.
Ooh.
I can try it? Oh, it's just back where I came. Oh my god. Okay. Got it. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. And now I can't whistle run anymore. Maybe it won't be so bad. I can like take this like really, really tight. These angles. But truly, what will it have been worth? It's like, cool, here's a snack that does 5 hearts. Oh god. Does that go through the quicksand? This might fuck me. This alone might ruin it. Maybe there's like gear that like resists it? Okay, okay. Back over, back over, back over. There's our first minute down. Almost back on track. Okay, there we go. How bad was that? I mean, it was like 10-second loss. Oh god, I'm still not following the right path though. This isn't good. What, you're just supposed to go through this? I might be able to like glide over. This may be the smart play. See, shield surfing doesn't work, but this will. Bam. Oh, I can't use Tulin though. Oh my god. This seems like it's kind of the most efficient way to get there. I'm sorry, there's 6 of these? Why are there 6 of these? No, I have to do the rest in a minute and a half? I don't know. I mean, this is... The slippery shit goes away after this, at least. It's gonna take me all the way to the bottom of this. There's no escape. And I can't use Tulin anymore. I can't use any tricks. I'm gonna have to just like get to the bottom as fast as I can. And then just like do the rest of the climb from there. Maybe there's still a chance, maybe. Can I use a bomb barrel? Does that count as cheating? It does not! Hey, this is a start. Kinda wish I caught that a little sooner. Okay. This is what's gonna save the race. Oh god, but like 30 seconds left? Man, even if I just did gliding from here. I have 30 seconds to do this. It's faster than being on foot. It's faster than being on foot. Oh, I can do a little bit of this. No, I can't. No, I can't. No, I can't. Spring shield, you're all I got. 15 seconds. Oh my god. Why must it always come to this? That's all I have. It's over. Unless the minecart shield, I don't know. It does make me go slightly faster. 3, 2... What? What do you mean? I thought I had to go through 6. Is 6 not it? Half-hearted? Half-hearted? You took all my bomb barrels for not... For what? For what? For nothing! Was it 7? Was it not 6? She said I couldn't see the last one. I think it's like down the hole. Oh my god. No. What do you mean? That wasn't good enough? I gave you everything! I have nothing left to give. Wasn't worth the sunburns. But I guess whenever I have my next glut of bomb barrels and a spring shield and a minecart shield, I'll know where to go. Man, you've just made an enemy, my Gerudo friend. How did you fail? I guess it was more than 6 checkpoints. I could swear she said 6, but it might be 7. There was something about like, oh, you can't see the finish line. And I assumed that meant that like, oh, maybe a sandstorm is gonna kick in the middle of the race. But then it didn't. I did see all of the points that I had to go to, so I think something is like wrong. Can I use this? I think I need the torch. I guess I don't need like the mining swords anymore. This is from like way, way back. Oh. No, it's still not lit up. Okay. I thought this was going to be like a check to ensure that you could. Oh. Wait, no. Let me do this and then let me do this. Ho. There's definitely a part of that race that I simply did not fulfill. Oh. Okay. Oh my god. Can I do this? Kind of like... Wait a second, this might be cool. And then I put it down. And then I do this? Oh shit! I mean, it might. It looks like it goes like a little too high up, but I think I've got the right idea here. As long as it gets close enough. I mean, the middle one's the tricky thing. I think the one that like drops all the way on the right is also gonna get it. Oh, but it looks like it got stuck. It didn't follow that whole path. Okay. So all I need to do then is just not lift these as high as I did the last time. Like this. Oftentimes, whenever I'm just like moving shit in a random pattern and then using the recall on it, it seems like it's like this is not what the puzzle designers like want me to do. But this reads to me like it just is designed this way. I think I've got all the right pieces here. As long as it doesn't get stuck again, I've still got to like put it a little bit lower than that. Yes? Don't get stuck? I guess I can like release the button to like get it on the rest of the path. Oh. Oh, so the third one stays lit though. You don't have to do it all in one run. Well, that's handy. Got any chests around here? There's ground there. Is there a chest? There's a lot of ground here. I don't see anything. This side? Why is that there? Hold on. There is a chest. Okay. Maybe I can use... This is like this tipped over. I can use it to hold the button down. Not really. Unless I like hold it down with all my might. And then recall that? No. Even at max height, it doesn't work. I wonder how to get down there then. Oh, you can just go around. This is a good bow. These are the same. I can replace this one. Your solution was way better than mine. I just laid a boulder sword on the button, then threw the lit torch at the lights? Huh. Oh god, how do I, like, literally how do I get up from here? Hello? I don't know how to grab that. It's obviously like a ladder, but it's in like a weird spot. I guess I can use the chest. Oh no, I can't use the chest. I can ascend. Why aren't the ladders there then? Thank you for that, Jake Jack Joe. I would not have clued in. I would not have. I'd be in like the second chunk of the VOD streams, and I'd still be down there. The entire night's progress, all for nothing. Wow. Coming up on 7 hearts for that last row. This is looking good. Before long, I'll have half of a second row. I wonder where it's going to stop, though. If the other one was like, what? If you did all the stamina, which I have done, and then you do as many hearts as you can. Before, you had to like have all of one or all of the other, but you couldn't have all of both. No, I've done that one, okay. Let's finally go to that tower and investigate these other 2 spots. But now that like the numbers are a little bit different, I think it was like only 2 or 3 hearts below the maximum that you could get before we had to give it up. But 106 shrines, I mean, if I can only do 14 more, they wouldn't do that. They would let you get closer. Okay, so my pins are over here. Right, so something about bumps and shelves. Let's get the dive armor on here. If anything is gonna help me find that damn Yiga clan, I think it's this breakthrough. The shrines were nice. Losing the race was nice. But it's over. Are you a cave or are you just like snow? I think you're snow. God, it's so foggy. Maybe that's just like an ice talus. I don't need to do that. So over here then? I have a shrine here. May as well. As soon as I hit that ground, it's gonna be exactly like that stupid fucking Gerudo race where I'm trudging through. I'm like, oh man. I sure hope I can get there within 3 minutes and 30 seconds. At least I have all these new shields that I can surf on now, instead of keeping them as bomb only. Yeah, I actually don't know what is up with any of the snow/sand mobility gear. Like, I have this for temperature, but I haven't heard even a peep about either. They probably turned it from being a side quest about a pervert to just, like, being a normal thing that you, like, find in a cave, which means I'll never find it. But ultimately, that might still have been for the better. Hello? Any Blade Masters in here? Oh, it's a Korok puzzle. I guess that'll have been worth something. Wait, what in the... Whoa! What is this supposed to be? Am I, like, trying to, like, put a roof on it? Oh, I think I am. Like... this. So it matches the floor? Is this no good? This looks right. It's just a little finicky, I suppose. There we go. Nice.
And now the Korok has a little house. He's like inside. Or I don't know. Maybe it's a, maybe it's more of a prison. But the resolution of the cubes is not enough to display this. I guess it goes to show that many of the prisons we live in are those of our own creation. Like my prison of wanting to have sex with the Eagle Blade Master. Like maybe if I simply freed myself from these mortal wants, then, you know, if I didn't want them, then I would be happier. Alright, so where's that damn bump? As I was saying, maybe it's like south of this? On this shelf? This is a tricky spot to hide a cave. At least with the other two, it's like, oh, there's like what, on the top of a hill? In the side of a hill? The ridges to this and the verticality of it is such a huge zone to comb through. But at least I have rain noises. Maybe the idea of this is that it's like the bird puzzle I did in Rito Village earlier, where it's like, man, you'll never find that naturally. So I already spoke to you. She's in trouble again, but she did not have advice on where a cave might be hidden, unfortunately. Man, this is considered sunny weather to you? I can't see shit. It could be up on this climb. Oh, you know where it could be? You know where a good spot to hide a cave would be? I was mentioning that cast puzzle earlier. For the most part, whenever you go to a place where one of those, like, used to be... Uh-oh. There has been, like, something different in its place. So maybe the takeaway here... Thank you, Hydromelons. Is if I go to the one where you had to, like, position the light of the tower, you had to move a shadow into a certain place, wait for a certain time of day, and then shoot an arrow into the sun. And this is, like, not on the way to that, but at this point, like, it's an idea. It is, like, some way up these shelves, right? It's a start. It's a lead. It's better than what I'm doing right now, which is just exactly following the original route I did the first time around. Oh, these are Bokoblins. I thought you were people who could give me advice. You're anything but. You're a nobody. Yeah, so I've already been this way. It's reasonably close to this spot. This is the spot that I'm looking for. But it looks like I did that too. No. I went under where the cast thing was. Perhaps this is my problem. If only... maybe I should fly there instead. I'm like below several layers of cliff. It's strange. I want to have the visibility of jumping, but because we're in the highlands, even the launches from the tower, it's like so foggy up there. Like I can't see shit. Like what is this, right? Okay, so zoom in here. I've got a hunch about this exact spot. And also, there's a shrine right here. There are so many depths holes here. Wait, that's where Koga used to be. There's one of these exactly where Koga used to be? How does that map out shelf-wise? Someplace here? This doesn't really look like near any bumps. This does not match this illustration very well. I don't know. If the other thing doesn't work out, that's worth hitting up. What's your end goal for this game? You mean... when do I think is going to be a good time to find Ganon? I think within, like, the next few days, considering I'm, like, pretty damn close to 120 shrines. I've, like, illuminated all of the provinces. I mean, I'd like to upgrade Link's armor a little bit more, the Champion's Tunic, if I can. Maybe do one more round of exploring the depths. I want to hit up that Forest Coliseum. But I think, like, the end is in sight. As far as, like, me feeling like I've seen enough of a glance of the world, I guess I'm actually closer to this than I am the whole. Either way, I'll have to hit up the tower twice, so I'll just do this now. There's not too much more. I think I could, depending on how tonight goes in terms of finding the stuff I don't want to find, easily finish the last of the story by the end of this week's chunk of streams. And then from there, the rest can just be like bonus streams, like just more exploring, but, you know, without the end of the game looming over my head. Did I really not come here before? I could swear that I've been down this hole. I really just didn't see a shrine on the way down. Hold on. Because there was like a Gerudo mine that I went to, right? Oh. I've been to these depths. Which means... maybe I did go to... yeah, no. This is like already filled in. So I did this. But this doesn't have that same symbol. So I haven't been here. I guess when I first saw this... whenever yeah, Hero's Path at some earlier point in the game that was not just now. Yeah, I came here and that's where I first knocked out these locations. And I did a whole lot of fighting here. I think I must have mistaken the two of these. Mistaken? I like mistaken. If the back door really is how you get the mask, oh, I'm gonna be very, very cranky. Like, I had been ruling this out because, like, oh, I've already been there. There's nothing to do there. Oh, I like this. Look at this. I like a good seesaw. Maybe? Yes! Just barely. Cool. I mean, there's a few, like, unfinished armor sets, but beyond that... in terms of, like, things that I still want that I just, like, don't have... oh, that's cool. It's, like, just balanced out enough to be able to hold that position. I'm feeling pretty Ganon-y. If anything, the major thing that I have in mind for right now is, yeah, just more of these shrines. With as much in this game that has kicked my ass as thoroughly as it has, I still think that, what is this, 24 hearts is not enough. It's about to be 27? Maybe 30. Maybe 30 hearts is the goal to go for. If I can reach 30 hearts, if 30 hearts is, like, within the 120 limit. But yeah, the back door of this is like a really, really obvious place to check. How have I not done this? This is ridiculous. Oh, it's caged off. I don't think it can come in through here. Hey, I'll try. For what it's worth, I'll try. But I think they thought about this a little bit harder than I did. Which I guess makes you feel better about not finding it. Oh no, you really can't come in through here. Nope, no helmets around here. Dang. Clan Chasm. Maybe it really is down there. If it's their hideout, if this is their chasm where Koga first fell... Oh, I'll take a peek. There's a light route right here. It'll give me a sense of if there is like huge Yiga stuff to check out down here. But the other two have not been, and I think if it was, it would say so. There's like a whole bunch of routes. Yeah, I don't think this is it. There's like water down here? Oh, this is a really weird place. But the other hole like is in sight. I don't know. There's like docks and stuff here. I don't know if this is up my alley. There might be like a mine over here. That's all I got. But, you know, it's a freebie light route, so you can't complain about that. Hey, I'll tell you what, I was thinking out loud. I think it was also the depths previously that was making me think this. Originally I was talking about the Hebra stuff, but that I like platforms that like interweave and then you're like bouncing between like different routes. I like that. So where was this place? Oh my god, it's the complete opposite direction. Yeah, I was wondering why this area that I've illuminated was like going dark so quickly. That's not right. Nope, still gotta keep turning. My god, what a horrible place to dismount. Because, you know, these are always like easy gear. Or easy zonai charges, both of which I very much like. I mean, looking at the... Oh my... I may as well warp back. I'm like so far off the path that I was supposed to go down. Koga must have latched onto the light route before plummeting to the ground. Yes, like this is not something that like just formed beneath Hyrule as a part of the upheaval. This has just like always been here. Koga was like the first person to rediscover this place. Oh, it's an enemy camp? I mean, it's cool that there's like this much water under the ground. You'd think it would make the surface not as boiling as it is. Like it would help refrigerate the desert. But this is not looking like a... Wait, well, yes it is! Yiga Hideout, bam, right here. These guys might have clues to the Final Mask's whereabouts. Or, you know, like a normal piece of gear, probably. Oh my god, flying! I've never had to fight more than one of these guys ever. Do you have to be like really in their headlights for them to like call their buddies and then it's like a huge thing? Because I would never regard my approaches to these locations as like stealthy by any means. Yeah, there's usually this. There's usually like another auto build kit, and then there's like a Yiga journal to read. I miss Koga. He's been around. He got way more screen time in this than he did in Breath of the Wild. I think they did good by him in this one. I wanted to move the mist, but I can't even do that. There are plants down here I've never seen on the surface, but you can still cut them down into logs. They work as well as surface logs. Now you can repair rafts without carrying wood all the way from the hideout. Glory to Master Koga. Man, that's it? Well... thanks for the battery stuff, I guess. I think I'm... Well, no. I still haven't checked out... Yeah, Beer to Lookout. Where's that damn cave? This might be something worth looking up. Like, I wouldn't mind, maybe. Right? Because I think the stuff that I've done is already, like, a reasonable search. Oh, no, wait, I should not do this. I should not do this. Am
Like, I've already put in quite a bit of work to try and make this happen. Man, that is so funny that I didn't go down the Koga one. I guess I'm glad that I didn't, because it looks like that's like way lamer than the place that I did wind up going. They're really just right next to each other, just like that. I haven't done the 4th encounter with him, but the 3rd one was a lot easier than the 2nd one. I feel that way too! The 2nd one was like by far the hardest, but I think also the 2nd one was the one I was trying to like get fancy with the most. So maybe it was like me who was getting in my own way. But it's interesting that other people like experienced that too with that one. They're all very funny encounters, and it does a really good job of keeping in spirit with what Breath of the Wild was doing, because the boss fight there, he's using, you know, the Sheikah Slate abilities, like Magnesis and stuff. And that was a really fun surprise there, so it's perfect that the Yiga are like all about like building stuff instead now. Yeah, and I've done this, and... Hey, these are some pretty serious shelves. Have I done any of these? I don't know. Ah, this is just a Korok. I can see the rock already. Little cork. Boxes that I can glue. Easy. Yeah, I've been surprised by how many of these, though, have been giving me a tough time. I'm glad to find something that's like, oh yeah, it's done. Just like that. Oh my god, I really did crack 70. Alright, goodbye those boxes. It's true. I haven't been on any of these. And this is kind of like a bump shape. I wonder. I was 1 bump, but I was not 2 bumps up. Maybe that's where I should go while looking for caves. There is some kind of enemy stuff there to speak of. I just really thought I would have found it by now. I'm glad that I've done like as much Gerudo stuff as I've done. The shrine coverage here is a whole lot more than this like one straight line ever was, which is pretty exciting on its own. It's not like I made nothing happen. It's just that I'd rather that this would happen for me instead. Cause man, I don't want to do that VOD cut until I find this damn cave. But much like many of my other failures, such as not finding all of the chests in the shrines, it wouldn't be the first time. I wasn't able to find Dinral during one of the streams either, and I had to just like wait till the next little chunk. You know what, yeah, I'll ascend through these real quick. That'll be like a good jumping off point to look for more of this. And that's where the Yiga clan, the other entrance was. This is a cool shape. Oh yeah, and then this goes just back up to this. Shrine down there that I've already done, etc. Dang. I thought I really had something here, unless it's like above this, but... I can make more rocket shields to make this quick. But yeah, let me just really quick. They said that there was a cave. Yeah, I mean, that looks like it's just the middle of the Great Plateau. Is it in the Shrine of Resurrection? Did I really just miss it in the cave here? That would be the dumbest thing in the world, but it is like in the middle. Yeah, it's tricky. That there's... I hate that there's, like, this ambiguity in this. Sometimes I like it. Like with, what is it? That white bird that I was doing in Rito Village. That I am looking for 3 items and there are 4 places to find them. Means that one of these is bullshit. And I don't know which. Nice. Little more. Little more? Oh! That's enough of that. Okay. There's an enemy fort up here. I mean, there's new stuff that I haven't seen. It counts as covering more ground. Where the hell is this place? Watch him wind up being in that underground spot that I found, like, the instant I touch ground. I need you so bad, I need you so bad. No! But I haven't found a single cave that hasn't been, like, in those holes on the surface. Like, nothing has been up here in any of these walls, in any of these spots. I mean, the last time there was a clue, it's like, oh yeah, look where the frogs are looking. Is that anything? What is this? This is a sled? Maybe I'm onto something. No, this is back here again. Like, this would make sense to be like a spot to put these things, but it's just not right. Unless it's yet more layers up? I've been on this middle one a lot. I don't think I've been on the top one very often. This might be my problem. There might be an easy way to ascend if I go into this little alcove. Man, I can't believe that the only clue that this guy gives you is to go to the Akala one. Well, he's gone now, too. Okay, that makes this a lot easier. Yeah, imagine climbing all that. Like, this is my last guess for where it could be. Oh my god. You know, but why are you here, man? These damn butterflies. I guess the good thing about missing a lot of them is that there are a lot of them to miss. But yeah, this is like 2 shelves up from the ground floor. It would make sense. Have I been on top of this thing? I haven't. Good lookout point for caves. Ow! You gotta get out of here. There are a mysterious amount of rocks here. Now, why might that be? Maybe there's something like on the other side of this fallen like cliff chunk? Like it's kind of blocking something that you wouldn't see otherwise? No. There's just Zonai here. Which is like, you know, it's fine, but I think I don't want to go too far from this. Whatever height I'd gain is not worth... Rocks. Rocks. Yes! This might be it! Oh, for the love of God, please give me a title card as I get closer. Anything? Anything at all? Still holding on to the minecart shield. I don't care, still holding on. Cool cave! But wait a second. You could be a Yiga. Who's your next member? This is still potentially a lead. I should have known we'd meet again. Decided to join the fan club after all. How dare you forget about the man you defeated? It's Master Koga. What? No, this isn't clues. You gotta watch where you're leaping, man. I think this amount of coverage is like all that's worth doing. I don't know. Wherever that outfit may be, it'll have to wait for another time. This seems like a good as ever place to cut the stream. Bit of a rough note to end it on. Such a slap in the face. What is this? No, these are the wooden structures. These are normal. But I mean, if this is gonna be my 12-hour night, then I'd rather like start doing other things instead. Or maybe I could like look in the rest of Hyrule and find more leads. So, yeah, maybe the first thing I'm going to do... No! No! Close it. Bad. Is literally to go back to the Shrine of Resurrection and see if there's like something that I'm missing. Starting next time.